Good morning, everyone. Commissioners, Chief Moore, Mr. Tiefenk, Madam Secretary, Mr. Inspector General, Mark Smith, Mr. City Attorney Carlos De La Guerra, and members of the public. Today is Tuesday, December 13th, 2022. It is 9:31 a.m. This is a special meeting of the Los Angeles Board of Police Commissioners. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Good morning, Commissioner Briggs,
Present.
Commissioner Decker,
Present.
Commissioner Bonner,
Here.
Commissioner Kalanche,
Here.
and Commissioner Sobroff.
Here.
Thank you. Let the record reflect that we have a quorum. Also present, we have the Executive Director, the Chief of Police, the Inspector General, and the City Attorney. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. We welcome everyone attending this morning. All public comment will be heard during item 2 on the agenda. We will dedicate a total of 45 minutes to public comment. Members of the public will have 1 minute per agenda item for a maximum of 2 minutes total. At the request of the speaker will be given 1 additional minute for general public comment, or a maximum of 3 minutes total. Members of the public who participate in public comment are reminded that they can speak to any item on the agenda or a matter within the jurisdiction of the Board of Police Commissioners. Public comment is your opportunity to address the board. So you are free to express your opinion on matters before the board and to generally express when you disagree with other opinions expressed. However, directing your comments to other individuals who have spoken or attacking others who have expressed their opinions shall be deemed off topic and your public comment period will be concluded. Members of the public, if you choose to participate in the public comment portion of the agenda, you can participate in this meeting in one of a number of ways that are outlined on your agenda. At this time, we're going to go to item number 1 on the agenda, the report of the Chief of Police. Good morning, Chief Moore.
Morning, Commissioner President Briggs, Commissioner Vice President Decker, Commissioner Bonner, Commissioner Kalanche, Commissioner Sobroff, Mr. Tiefenk, Mr. City Attorney, Mr. Inspector General. As I do each week, I'm going to begin my discussion with the COVID-19 update. This past week, we saw essentially a leveling off of new COVID cases with 66 cases, new cases this last week period. 55 of those were sworn personnel, 11 were our civilians. Of the 66 new cases, 59 were individuals that were fully vaccinated. That represents a 91% number. In regards to our work status, we did see a reduction of 8 fewer personnel that are at home recovering from the pandemic. We now stand at 154 of our sworn civilian personnel that are at home, again, recovering. Again, the period of time remains 9 to 10 days away from the workplace for them to recover from this virus. We do have 15 long COVID cases. That number has remained static, and we have no hospitalizations, which I'm very grateful to report. In regards to significant events that occurred this last week, began last week with participating in the 2021 Human Relations Commission Hate Crime Report update for 2021. That report was released, and in it, it demonstrated a record number of hate crime instances in 2021 versus earlier periods. This is a year after year increase that's now been going on for about 5 to 7 years. That's a 71% increase. Looking at 2022 numbers for LA City proper, we've continued to have a 13% increase year over year for hate crimes in the city. Within that breakdown, anti-transgender crimes have increased from 19 in 2021 to 30 in 2022. Anti-Jewish hate crimes have increased from 72 in 2021 to 88 in 2022. And finally, the anti-Black hate crimes have increased from 132 to 179. That's a 36% increase. These are troubling numbers for LA and as well as for the region and in truth across the entire country. Our efforts will continue to be to provide education and awareness as to the fact that hate crimes will not be tolerated. Our reporting of hate instances will also continue to identify those that are involved in marginal activity, and while perhaps First Amendment protected, we still believe that it identifies individuals that are prone to escalate their violence or their violent rhetoric into actual violent acts or hate crimes themselves. Lastly, in our prosecutions, we continue to have an assurance that each hate crime will be a notification scheduled up through to include myself. and also the assignment of dedicated personnel to investigate those hate crimes. All hate crimes in Los Angeles are referred directly to the district attorney's office for filing consideration, whether they constitute a misdemeanor or felony. We want to ensure that in each instance in which a suspect is identified being involved in a hate crime of any against any group or identity here in Los Angeles, that they are prosecuted to the fullest extent. We also work closely with the U.S. Attorney's Office in regards to consideration of filing statutes that fit the federal statutes in regards to hate crimes. I also, the following day, participated in the quarterly Anti-Defamation League Law Enforcement Advisory Committee. I'm the chair of that committee, where we're joined by regional representatives from law enforcement throughout the Southern California area, from Bakersfield down to San Diego. This advisory council meets quarterly to update one another in regards to hate crime, what our patterns and trends are, as well as open source information about extremist groups and organizations that espouse hate. This information exchange helps us understand and stay ahead of the curve whenever possible in trying to stem the instances of hate as well as crimes themselves. Specifically in this exchange this last week, we saw information regarding the misinformation campaign targeting the LGBTQ community and who the underlying groups are and what their activities are, in an effort again to have awareness and to try to counter those terrible instances of such campaigns. Next item I participated in was following the Mayor Bass's inauguration on Sunday, was her calling of all general managers yesterday for an emergency meeting and convening that assembly of cabinet members to discuss her homeless initiatives, her home safe inside initiatives that she's launching. She called not just general managers together, but assembled a press conference at 9 o'clock, issuing an emergency proclamation, causing the whole city government to work with county, state, and federal resources to address the humanitarian crisis of our generation, which is the 42,000 plus individuals that find themselves experiencing homelessness who are houseless across the city. Her efforts will marshal additional resources, will overcome regulations and rules and restrictions and barriers that are hindering our efforts as a city to identify additional housing, both interim and permanent housing, as well as to marshal additional outreach workers, mental health workers, care providers that can work in an intensive manner on identified encampments to provide housing first. This will not be a law enforcement-led initiative. This is an initiative that's led by housing as an option first, and then our presence will, however, support the initiatives to ensure the safety of all personnel. We clearly are aware that the vast majority of successful operations have been in instances in which homeless providers have afforded the opportunity to meet and over a period of time work with persons experiencing homelessness to provide interim and permanent housing options. And the vast majority of time, those are been followed by sanitation efforts to clean those areas and then to ensure that the areas remain free of encampments. The LAPD's presence here will be in a planning stage and to understand the needs in regards to the safety of everyone involved and to assure that. The next item that I'd like to address is that last night, I attended the 13th annual South Bureau Homicide event, recognizing the families who have lost loved ones to violence. This is a holiday tree trimming event where ornaments with the names of loved ones or their photographs were placed by their families. More than 50 families attended last night, with many young children of those victims also there. It's a solemn occasion, but I want to thank South Bureau Deputy Chief Gerald Woodyard, as well as South Bureau Homicide Captain Adrian Gonzalez, for their not just organizing this, but their assurance that those families would be, there were outreach activities would be there, that counseling services would be there for them. And also South Bureau Homicide detectives, proud of their work of digging into their own pockets and garnering a series of toys so that the children there could go home with a small token of appreciation for their presence there and recognition that as a department, we mourn with them in this time of otherwise celebratory instances, whether regardless of your faith, and the renewal as we enter into a new year, that these families have loved ones that will never rejoin them, and in their minds, their memories are there. And what we want them to understand is that in their hearts, we are joined with them in justice for their victims, but also standing with them and supporting them during this time. Next, I'll talk about we had no categorical use of force during this period of time, which moves us to a total of no change as far as the number of officer-involved shootings. They stand at 31. Last year, this same time, that number was 32. Our 4-year average is at 29. We remain with 14 fatal officer-involved shootings this year. 13 was that number last year, and our 4-year average is just under 11. In regards to our crime picture, I'm happy to report that we continue to see an improvement with fewer homicides and shooting victims versus the same period last year. Overall, we stand today with 18 fewer homicide victims. That's a 4.7% reduction versus last year. In regards to total violent crime, that number has also seen improvements where we now have a 1.3% increase in violent crime. We see reductions not only in homicides and sexual assaults, but also in aggravated assaults. And we continue to see an improvement in the number of frequency of robberies that are occurring. In regards to our property crime, there is a challenge in that arena. While we've seen reductions in the rate of increase for motor vehicle thefts, the burglary theft of vehicles, and personal thefts, others, we do have pressure where we are seeing increased numbers versus last year. We stand at a 9.4% increase in property crime. What's critical in that effort is our prevention, our awareness with all of our communities to how to lock it, hide it, keep it. Last week, Commissioner Bonner made an inquiry relative to the shopping season and whether we were seeing instances of follow home bandits and robberies extending into the shopping crowds and to those that are out selecting merchandise for their friends and families. I'm happy to report that the instances of robberies during this period of time since Thanksgiving versus both last year and the preceding 2 weeks prior to Thanksgiving are down. So are thefts and thefts from vehicles. However, the exception with that is in the central downtown area and in the northwest part of the San Fernando Valley, also known as the Devonshire area. In those two areas, we have seen increases in thefts and the thefts from vehicles. So we are working, aligning our resources. While we have seen a slowing down of the rate of violence in the central area, that is allowing us to shift resources in an effort to identify those responsible for these burglary or these thefts from vehicles. What I also need is to ask for the continued help and support of property owners, property management corporations to ensure that their parking lots are properly lit and secured, that they have security systems that allow us to identify those that would prowl in those areas and prey upon those vehicles for the merchandise that might be in there. We'll continue to do our part, and we're asking for those property owners and operators also to help us to stem the tide. We recognize that the vast majority of people who are downtown are lawful and enjoying a festive holiday market, but we also are aware that there are a number of individuals that are there looking to capitalize on the situation of the added merchant traffic as well as the added pedestrians and vehicle flows. Lastly, I'm going to talk about our personnel strength, which essentially has not been changed. We stand at 9,232 sworn personnel. That's an increase of 6 overall from last period. That remains with us being understaffed on the sworn side by 228 sworn personnel. Our civilian personnel, we saw a reduction of 1 person. We stand at 2,652. That's 53 civilian professional staff that are under deployed from our authorized strength. And with that concludes my remarks, and I'm happy to take any questions or comments.
Thank you, Chief. I have some questions on the hate crimes. With regard to the anti-Semitic crimes and the crimes against Black citizens here in Los Angeles, in particular, it was a 36% increase is rather disturbing. Can you give us an example of the types of crimes that are being committed? Number one. Number two, are there any specific areas within the city that this is occurring?
The types of instances of hate crimes are both violent crime as well as property crime, vandalism being the primary type of property crime that's engaged in. However, we are seeing assaults in which a racial epithet is used. And let me also frame this, that hate crimes in Los Angeles have expanded. The definition of hate crimes in Los Angeles have expanded in recent years. Historically, when there's an assault between 2 individuals in which a racial epithet was used, we would look at the underlying motive or attempt to identify the underlying motive, determine whether or not the assault was motivated based on a person's perceived racial identity or sexual orientation or was a dispute over a parking space or a conflict in a shopping mall or some other type of personal dispute that escalated into some type of battery. Today, that is not the case. Today, if a person involves in such a dispute, again, at a shopping center, a parking dispute, road rage, and if there's a racial epithet that's used in that, we will classify that as a hate crime, and we'll investigate it to determine further whether or not that is a hate crime. The purpose of that is to ensure that we don't miss anything. That because the added resources that are given, particularly in the lower level offenses where someone is not seriously injured or there's not hospitalization, those type of batteries may not, in many instances, have the investigative resources that do an extensive amount of follow-up in an attempt to identify the individual responsible or the underlying motivations. We take initial statements, and then that may, because of workload, that may limit our ability to take that matter further. Because by classifying it as a hate crime, that makes it a Category 1 hate crime. It requires follow-ups on a timely and ongoing basis, and the assurance that we're digging into those questions to understand whether or not we can clearly identify whether hate is a motivating factor for this. So this is a matter of both an increase in hate, without question. In my view, the tenor of the civil discord in our communities and against identities across all communities is troubling, and is one that has been ongoing now for a series of years. And from a policing standpoint, I think it's critical that all of society look at this. This will not be something that was often said we're going to arrest our way out of, but at the same time, we want the public to be aware, to reach out and talk with us anytime these instances occur, because there's no tolerance to or allowance for us to just minimize it or to say, well, this is something that really wasn't motivated by hate. It was a relative minor matter that involved a parking dispute, and just resolve it in that fashion. We believe that, quite the contrary, we need to bring all the lights up on it. So it's an issue of both greater sensitivity as well as, frankly, just a greater frequency of people espousing hate.
Thank you, Chief. Do any commissioners have questions for the Chief? Commissioner Decker.
Thank you, Commissioner Briggs. And on that point, Chief, I wonder if you could answer 2 additional questions on the hate crimes. First, given the increase, whether it be for expanded definition, increase in the actual hate crimes that are happening, an increase in the reporting opportunities that exist, what efforts are is the department taking to further address this? You talked about education and awareness, of course, but more broadly, if you could provide more details. And secondarily, with the increase in reporting and the presentation of all cases, hate crime cases, to the district attorney, is there any statistics, information to show that prosecutions are also simultaneously increasing?
Yes. In fact, I had that stat with me for last week when I participated in this press conference, and the district attorney's office filing of hate crimes has increased. They are filing enhancements today, where earlier, a few years ago, DA Gascon's election as district attorney, his initial decrees or directives was that he would not file such enhancements. He has modified that position, and I'm appreciative of that, as are a number of community groups and advocates. The other matter that we're doing is that the outreach and engagement is to individual specific groups and individuals who are victims of hate. For instance, the AAPI community, in regards to the aftermath of the weaponization of the COVID pandemic, and the seeing that the AAPI communities were being targeted, was us working with those individual communities, those areas of Koreatown, Chinatown, J-Town, to ensure that people were aware that we want to know not just the hate crimes, but the expressions of hate. And we have seen an improvement in regards to a 20% decrease in the number of hate crimes involving the AAPI community. So we are seeing some results. We believe that a result of awareness, B, I think the greater awareness of how this was weaponized and how actions are being taken against those that engage in a hate crime against this group. The forces at play, though, are societal forces, and I would love to be in a position to tell you that we're countering the message similarly with the Black, Jewish, and transgender communities. It is our efforts, for instance, with the Law Enforcement Advisory Committee on the ADL, for us to understand the identity of these groups and to look to those groups as individuals that could be responsible for escalating their rhetoric into actual violent acts, so that those cases are solved. The enforcement for the prosecutions, I'm happy with seeing those enhancements. And then lastly, we have a series of these crimes, I recall from looking at the numbers, that dealt with referrals from the district attorney's office because the underlying offense was deemed to be a misdemeanor, hate related, but deemed to be a misdemeanor. And I was not, the filing rates in that area, I've asked for additional follow-up for year-to-date information, because as I recall, there were a number of cases that were rejected or were not filed. And I want to understand and ensure that the investigation was complete and that there was nothing lacking from our side. So I don't have that answer on that aspect yet. I've asked for follow-ups in preparation for that press conference. And unfortunately, and I will follow up with you as to what I learned from that inquiry.
Thank you, Chief. One follow-up on your comment with respect to the AAPI hate crimes. I do recall when some of those community groups came before the commission and spoke, they did talk about the resistance in that community to report the crimes and the incidents to law enforcement. And I'm wondering if the department is working closely with that groups to ensure that the decrease you're noting is in fact an actual decrease and not because of the overall resistance in reporting. Can you comment on that today?
Yes, we're continuing to work with both the government officials, for instance, with the new Consul General from Korea, with outreach through the consulate, as well as with, as you're aware, as you may recall, we have a Stop AAPI Hate and other private groups that we're still attempting to work with them to gain access to their reported instances, because their reported instances still outpace our numbers. And just Sunday, I met or was at the inauguration with one of those individuals, and her commitment to me was for us to restart that conversation, because there had been some earlier meetings, and we still are hopeful that they're going to be able to share that information with us so we can better understand those individuals that are not reaching out to us, because we think that's a missed opportunity.
Absolutely. All right. Thank you, Chief. Appreciate that. Thank you, Commissioner Briggs.
Thank you, Commissioner Decker. Commissioner Bonner.
Yes, thank you. Chief, I wanted to continue the follow-up on the hate crimes. I think you reported, was it a 71% increase over, was it over 5 years?
No, from LA County's numbers from 2021 to 2019. A 71% increase. So it's
okay.
a marked increase from just the year prior.
Significant. And the question relates to a report I read this morning indicating that this data is not being captured in the FBI's hate crime database, and I believe it's because the department, along with a number of others, are not yet NIBRS compliant. And the question is, is that accurate? And if it is accurate, the question would be, remind us, I know we've had a couple of briefings on this before, but when it's expected to be NIBRS compliant, and more importantly, what is the impact of not having the Los Angeles data captured in the FBI's database? In particular, you mentioned, for example, that in some of these situations, there are referrals for federal prosecution, those things of that nature, and I would tend to believe that being in the database has no impact on the how the federal government may accept or receive any of those referrals, but it may impact the allocation of resources or other things that happen at the federal level that where the city may be losing out. So can you comment just on, is that accurate, and if it is, what are the implications?
So you're correct. The department is modernizing its legacy record management system so that it is National Incident-Based Reporting Standard compliant. This is there's two standards within our record reporting system. One is the UCR, Uniform Crime Reporting Standard, which us, New York, and other major cities have relied upon for reporting through the state to the federal government, to the FBI and Department of Justice, what are apples to apples crime numbers are, so that as a nation, we can look across the entire landscape of America to understand the instances of crime, both violence, property crimes, but also hate crimes and other types of crimes that are of interest to the matters of public safety. This is really an important database and an important collection point on a nationwide basis for the federal government, for our elected leaders in Congress and the White House to understand what are the emerging and persistent issues. And how can strategies and tactics that are used across the country, how can they impact those numbers? And in the absence of that database, in the absence of those numbers, it is, I think there's a partial obliqueness, or there's a certain lack of transparency and awareness. Now, as the Los Angeles Police Department, we are modernizing our risk record management system. The contract was approved this summer, and we're on a pathway to be NIBRS compliant in January of 2024. We have an aggressive path in order to achieve that. It is something that Deputy Chief John McMahon and Commanding Randy Gutter are working on with a team both of sworn and civilian personnel, as well as with our vendor who has established these type of record systems in major agencies across the country. So I believe that we will be successful in that engagement. And I do look for us to be NIBRS compliant in January of 24. And this was a point that I'll say in the interim that I spoke with FBI Director Ray at the International Association of Chiefs of Police Conference about my dissatisfaction with the decision by the FBI not to continue with not being UCR accepting of data, so that we would have a bigger and a broader national picture. As this LA Times article said this morning, only 60% of agencies across America are actually providing that data, and the vast majority of major cities are not. For instance, in California, we are yet for the Department of Justice in the state of California to be NIBRS compliant for the state of California. So that means every agency in California is falling short. In Florida, there was a reference that only 2 agencies were providing. Certainly New York City, Chicago, Philadelphia, other cities are also similarly compromised. As a means of trying to address this, though, as a member of the Major City Chiefs Association, this department, and I'm happy to say that all of the other major cities across United States as well as Canada are providing these same stats and the same information so that we can have visibility. And that data is available online if you go to Major City Chiefs Association, where they publish the information for whether it be members of the community, elected officials, researchers, and others to look and understand what are the instances of both property crime as well as violent crime, and by category. This is an ongoing effort to try to address, again, this nationwide visibility problem because of the current transition. Most agencies across America are striving to reach a NIBRS standard, and I am thankful that Congress and the FBI and DOJ did invest in this department and has invested in other departments to try to fund the necessary improvements. And so I look to achieve that aggressively. And the contractor who's doing this work knows that this is an important issue for us. And I'm confident that they'll meet the timelines that we've identified here.
But just 2 quick follow-ups. One is with regard to impacts, is there any adverse impacts of not having that data captured, whether it's the allocation of federal resources or anything else?
I think we're overcoming that by providing the local data, referencing that database has a big asterisk on it now that says that many agencies, major city agencies across the country, are not represented in that. So that being a reference point to identify the needs, I believe is not a valid reference point. And we work with our federal officials and with elected officials at state and others to identify whenever they ask for information about crime stats and they're doing comparisons, to provide access to that, and also a dialogue or communication about what we're experiencing here, qualitative versus quantitative assessments in an effort to appeal for funding for the various types of criminal justice needs that we have here in the city.
Okay, I would just suggest that you indicated the expectation that the department will be NIBRS compliant by January of 24. So there may be value in having some interim reporting, so so that the board is aware if there is any potential of missing that deadline, that we're aware of that well in advance. So maybe mid-year report of some kind would be appropriate.
I look forward to the first quarter of this next year, giving you the first status report on that. And I'll ask Chief McMahon and certainly to work with that effort, as well as to provide greater details as to the ramping of this, if you will, to achieve that date.
Thank you.
Thank
Appreciate
you,
it.
Commissioner Bonner. Any questions from you, Commissioner Clanche?
Yes, thank you. Just kind of following this kind of train of thought, I was curious to know how and if data is collected on hate crimes against other groups such as Latinos or immigrants. Because I know in the Latino community, there's a lack of reporting or even a lack of belief that there is discrimination. It's a very insular community. So I'm wondering how we track that.
Sure.
I know there's been like anti-immigrant, backlash, the vendors. So I'm just wondering how the department captures that data.
So we don't track a vendor, a crime against a street vendor otherwise is not considered a hate crime. There are categories of crimes that whether it constitutes a federal statute or state statute for a hate crime. But I'll give you a quick rundown. For the sake of time, I left some of this data out, but let me give you a rundown to address your issue, as your question is dealing with the anti-Hispanic, if you will, group. So first of all, the 71% increase in 2021 versus 2020 was countywide 71%. The largest increase percentage-wise was in anti-Asian hate, 173% increase. This is, again, it's consistent with what we've talked about earlier and know. A 92% increase in anti-Black hate crime, followed by a 77% increase in anti-Hispanic, 67% increase in anti-Jewish hate, and a 54% increase in anti-gay male hate crime. The only decrease we saw was a 34% decrease in anti-transgender hate crimes. However, that was flipped in the numbers that LAPD is reporting for 2022 year to date. The anti-transgender hate crimes have increased from 19 in 2021 in LA City to 30, so a 50% increase. So we saw the ebb and flow. And while you saw the Asian crime, anti-Asian crime, hate crime increase 173%, we did see it decrease by 20%. But when we look at those numbers, you see that it's still a substantially higher rate than it was in 2018 and 2019. So the problem, while improving, still persists. That's the issue here, is understanding the trends and the blips, if you will. We've seen some pullback in anti-Asian crimes, but still troubling at a much higher rate than we saw pre-pandemic. Finally, while we've seen a 12% decrease in anti-Hispanic hate crimes, as a reminder, it increased 77% the year before. So that's still year over year. I would estimate about a 50% increase from where we saw in 2018 and 2019. So while hate crimes overall in Los Angeles City continue to increase, we saw some minor improvements in individual groups, and we're going to champion those, but we're also going to recognize that underlying the overall velocity of hate crimes here in Los Angeles and LA County, as well as across the country, continues at a very troubling pace. These are decades high numbers that we, as I believe as a society, we've got to work more towards recognizing, acknowledging, and changing it.
Thank you. I appreciate you sharing that data. That is it. Thank you, Commissioner Briggs.
Thank you, Commissioner Clanche. Commissioner Sobrock, your mic is open. Did you have a question?
Yes. Chief, so we're talking about the problems, we're talking about the statistics. Let's talk for a second about your take on potential solutions. Things that we should just give me 1 second.
Yeah.
The Museum of Tolerance is not just about Jewish people, even though it's a Holocaust museum. It's about examining racism and prejudice around the world. What are your recommendations regarding the things that will turn these statistics around? Tolerance, understanding implicit biases, I don't know if this is, I don't know if this is out of your, area of expertise, but, what do you hear from other law enforcement agencies, from other cities about teaching about tolerance?
Well, so let me say that I believe the better word than tolerance is inclusion
Okay,
and acceptance. Tolerance is a matter of, and I reckon, by the way, the Museum of Tolerance is a tremendous institution.
yeah, sure.
And we're blessed to have it as a jewel in Los Angeles for a matter of education awareness to understand just how many short years ago we saw the Holocaust, and we saw millions of Jews that were killed simply for their identity. And it also is a much as the African American Museum and other museums, the Japanese Museum here in downtown Los Angeles, are opportunities for all of Angelinos to go and remind themselves, or if they don't know, to be informed and to learn the history of hate and the presence of it throughout our culture, across all of our identities, and the need to not accept it, but to fight against it, and to have no safe haven for any aspect of it. As I talk to law enforcement professionals and educators on this issue, they believe one of the largest drivers of this is the expansion of social media and the lack of checks and balances to the expression of hate, and the fact that it has given individuals who would otherwise have no voice a tremendous platform in which to crow across the world their venom, and for them to root out and identify through that expression other like-minded people, and in the process of that influence, I believe, individuals to sway them into their position. Now, this has only been added by the polarization that we have in our country from a political standpoint, the vilification that we see in regards to people who disagree with one another, and they disagree in a manner that is just spewed with anger, hate, and lack of any type of civility, and the willingness to do that in any platform. But again, I think the social media is an area that we all, as a nation, I recognize the value of and need of a democracy with the expression that should be guaranteed of protected one's individual ability to express oneself. But that is within limits. There should be limits, and others, courts and other places have found that yelling fire in an auditorium, for instance, is not a protected speech. Yet we see Kanye West and others that have gone to Twitter and other social media platforms, and we've seen other platforms such as Parler that have been created solely for, in my view, a basis for people with extremist views to have a platform, and that I think is dangerous, and I think it undermines us as a society. And I think that that's an issue that our educators, that our families, accessing this needs to be governed so that people, young people and others can be cautioned and be made aware of the dangers of them listening. What you read is what you think about. What you think about influences ultimately over a course of time your beliefs and your values. And it should be the other way around. But we do believe that that social media is playing a large part. We see this, lastly, we see this in street violence as well. We've talked about this previously, where we see an increase in street violence, particularly between neighborhood gangs and groups that are coming out of the disrespect and the insults and ridicule and baiting that occurs from one group to another, and then results in a tragic violence in the street. So I don't have this is it's a complex issue, and the police department, I can give one voice in this, and I do have a platform, a bully pulpit, which I used at the Museum of Tolerance. There was a press conference there about 4 weeks ago, and I spoke specifically to how I think social media is influencing this and driving it. Certainly our participation as a department with the Human Relations Commission last week in a press conference there, but also us providing the stats and data and insight so they can have those types of reports helps inform this. And then lastly, we work with our justice officials and at state and federal levels for programming and to promote funding and support for us to do the outreach and engagement. Mayor Bass, in her announced public safety campaign of where she's taking this city, has also expressed her commitment to ensure that hate crimes are fully investigated and that the identity of those responsible are sought and through the cooperation of our community, through an all-hands approach, and that they're held accountable for those acts. And for that, I'm also grateful, as she understands clearly the role of the corrosive effect that hate crimes can have on a sense of safety within a community and within a city such as Los Angeles.
Chief, my takeaway, which is interesting and sort of you're opening my eyes about, is education, education, education. Coming at people from a number of angles, one of which is parental education, et cetera. So I think it's really interesting because we have to work on the solutions, not on just identifying the numbers. And I don't know how to do it from a social media perspective, other than to out social media the social media.
Again, we learn to hate as a society. People are not born inherently with this trait. They pick it up from their culture, pick up from their families, from their neighborhoods, but they also from what is allowed within media and other representation of social media. So it's a complex issue, but as a department, historically policing at times has been one to ignore, minimize, or actually be a state actor in the expression of discrimination against groups. We own that past, but we're also committed to ensuring that now and going forward, that we demonstrate that the respect for all people and the pursuit of justice for everyone as well.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner Sobral. At this point, Chief, there are no further questions for you, so we'll go to public comment, item 2 on the agenda. Madam Secretary, can you please open it up for public comment?
Okay, our first caller is Elisa Avalos.
Good morning.
Good morning. What items would you like to speak on?
Can I speak on all of them?
Yes, 3 minutes.
Thank you. I want to start off by thanking Chief Moore for him showing up to the tree lighting in the Angel Gardens. And I want to also say it was great, but and I should have spoken up also, but it would have been great if everybody would have had an opportunity to speak on the table. You guys took so many resources there and we didn't get to hear all of them. Now, it's great that you guys are saying, about racism and what kind of language and what's acceptable. And Chief Moore, I hope you were able to read the piece of paper that I gave you regarding, again, I sound like a broken record, but Monica Rodriguez's supporter saying racist things about me on social media. I never got an apologize. I never got anything, but the only one that said anything and spoke up for me was Captain Smith. And I don't think it's correct for him to be removed, especially because how that officer from the gang unit was going to go do a report. As soon as he found out that Captain Smith didn't have anything to do with him getting that promotion, he didn't want to, but then he ended up doing it. But anyways, what are you guys doing about doing outreach to get more officers? There's so many community events, but I don't see no one tabling for more officers. And it would be great if our public officials would go on social media, anywhere they go, and talk about how important it is that we need officers. I feel that one of the reasons why the crime rate is going down in Pacoima, because we have the officers in the Angel Gardens, and we also have Foothill Division. So my community is starting to be blessed. But we still need a lot of work. We still need to communicate. We need more officers. And I feel that our councilwoman, how she said defund the police officers, but I feel that anybody that says defund the police officers, then don't call 911 when you need them. As when she thought someone was breaking into her house and she made sure that every police officer was there. That to me is not all right. You guys don't have any translation for Spanish speakers. So how do you expect to listen to everyone? And Commissioner Board, I've never seen you guys at any community events. So how is it that you guys can be on a commissioner's board, but don't go out to the community and see what the officers are doing and listen to the community firsthand. I understand that you guys might be afraid, but if you guys are afraid, then get off the board. But thank the officers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have T. Johnson.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, yes, what items would you like to speak on?
All of them, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Good morning to all. Chief Moore, you participated in a podcast with the Los Angeles Police Protectively dated November 28th, 2022. In this podcast, you were asked about the vaccine mandate. Chief Moore, you acknowledged with your own words statement, quote, 8 out of every 10 new positive cases are from the vaccinated, end quote. This is in line with the current data around the world. Looking at public comment that was posted today, it makes complete sense from your COVID reports that year to date, 78% of the positive cases are coming from the vaccinated. I know many unvaccinated people within various ages who have had COVID who haven't required hospitalization. I'm not vaccinated. I had COVID one time and felt like a mild cold. You said in this podcast, quote, I see it as not so much a vaccine, but as much as a flu shot, end quote. I'm positive you figured that one out a long time ago. Everybody in this commission meeting is most likely vaccinated, has at least one time, if not multiple times, been infected with COVID. The City of Los Angeles vaccine mandate was implemented to prevent the spread of COVID. We all know it doesn't help, even from your own words, Chief Moore. This vaccine mandate makes absolutely no sense at all. Why is this vaccine mandate still in place? Can any one of you here answer this question? Chief Moore, you said 84% of your people are vaccinated. How are you keeping track of this? Is this just the first series of shots dating back 2+ years, or does that include current boosters? CDC says you're up to date with your COVID-19 vaccines if you have completed the COVID-19 vaccine primary series and received the most recent booster dose. CDC says to be fully vaccinated, you need a booster 2 months after your second primary dose or your recent booster. Looking back at the recent public comment posted today, I read only that the unvaccinated City of Los Angeles employees are being tested. This is just plain despicable and a violation of people's rights. Every week, Chief Moore, you provide a COVID update. It's obvious what the trend is here. The vaccinated are at a 70% positive case rate. Why aren't the vaccinated required to test? You people are worried about the spread, yet the vaccinated who are at a 78% COVID sickness rate are not required to test. The people who aren't vaccinated are at a much lower sickness rate. They are the only ones required to test. How does this make any sense to any of you? The unvaccinated are being treated this way and about to lose their jobs because they aren't getting as sick as the vaccinated. How in the world does that make sense to any of you at all? I thank you for your time. I yield the rest of my time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Mark Dutton.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Good morning. Yes, what items would you like to speak on?
All of them.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Happy holidays to everybody. I know this is always a tough meeting for everyone involved. Thank you, Chief Moore. I was at a local meeting with my community yesterday, and I asked a question in 3 different ways and never got an answer. So I thought maybe I would just kind of pose that question here for the record. Our city officials keep telling us that they have plans in place for the homeless situation that we are all dealing with throughout Los Angeles, which is just getting worse and worse and worse as they spend billions of dollars claiming that they're, making it better, or talking about permanent housing that we will all have to permanently pay for, as if we don't pay enough taxes and cost of living survival money as it is. So my question is, every time I go to these meetings, officials say that, our hands are tied, or we're not allowed to do this, or the police aren't allowed to do that. Now, this is not an anti-police statement. I feel empathy for our police because I've spoken to many of them who all feel like their hands are tied and they could do a better job if they were not. So my question is this: who is this overlord that is tying everyone's hands? At what point did we supersede the law? Laws against littering, laws against public defecation, laws against doing illegal drugs in public, laws against camping and blocking public right-of-ways. When did the rights of the homeless, and I even hesitate to say the rights of the homeless, but when were they able to be subjected to a completely different set of laws than everyone else in our society? Public defecation, it's not just littering. There are serious health hazards that last for a long time after that. Fire hazard from the encampments, you can hear it from the rangers. They deal with this constantly. People illegally camping in our parks and setting fires. That could be devastating to people's lives. Littering, the cost of cleaning that up. Public, we don't get it anymore. We keep being told the same thing and nothing is happening except we're spending billions of our money and our homeless situation is getting worse. This is not a pro-anti homeless issue. This is a law. This is a abiding by existing law issue and allowing our police officers to enforce it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Jamie.
Thanks. I'll speak on all items.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Chief Moore, how dare you sit there and lecture us in any capacity about hate crimes? How dare you gravely, sanctimoniously sit there and describe the statistics on reported hate crimes as terrible and troubling and tragic when you are a walking, talking hate crime yourself? If you gave even half of a shit about prejudice-based harms committed in this city, you would resign right now rather than treating us to that embarrassingly incoherent word vomit speech about inclusion and tolerance. It's a great encapsulation not only of how completely inept, idiotic, and actively ill-informed you personally are, but also how violent and dangerous liberalism is in general, and it's a chilling premonition of what we can look for under the Karen Bass mayorship. It is also truly chilling to hear you admit that, quote, historically, policing at times has been a state actor of discrimination. We own that history. That's not exactly what you said. Obviously, I had to clean up your grammar to make it even remotely intelligible. But anyway, no, you fucking don't own that history, not in any meaningful sense, because you're carrying it on today. You and your department are the embodiment, not only in history and not only in current practice, but in ideological theory of the gender and race-motivated harassment, surveillance, assault, and murder of queer, Black, brown, Asian, and immigrant populations. If you need an example of this, look no further than your so-called Community Safety Partnership Program, the subject of that charming little piece of propaganda that ran in the LA Times this week, the purpose of which is to target Black, brown, and poor neighborhoods. Each of the words in that bullshit phrase, community safety partnership, speak directly to the counterinsurgency warfare being waged against civilians in this city. Not all civilians, obviously, not the wealthy white civilians who are actually causing the greatest harms in our society, but primarily, almost exclusively, Black, brown, and poor folks. CSP actively decreases safety for everyone except the actual officers themselves, and in no possible sense is it a partnership between community members and cops. It is just an excuse for closer surveillance and heightened levels of control, enabling more cops with more powerful weapons, more authority to harass, assault, and kill the populations they're already going out of their way to target. Discontinue CSP immediately, and all the other mind-bogglingly expensive attempts to reform the inherently unreformable institution of policing. Invest that money into social programs that are genuinely community-based and community-led. I'll yield the rest of my time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have caller ending, next we have Angel.
All items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Board of Police Commissioners, did you ever receive a letter from the Sunland Tujunga Neighborhood Council? The secretary emailed it to you, but they never got a confirmation you received it. Chief Moore, on November 9th, you came to the Sunland Tujunga Neighborhood Council board meeting to weigh in on that vote regarding them sending a letter to the police commission to open investigation of your corruption with Monica Rodriguez and retaliation against Slow Contreras and Captain Smith. Chief, you said, let me be clear, I welcome an investigation into my actions. You said welcome a handful of times. You also said to the STNC, there will not be an iota of difference to your interests and needs and the safety of your community. I will ensure there's not a right or left, nor a Hatfields versus McCoys. LAPD is not a political organization. Then just 3 weeks later, you went to a town hall at the Angel Gardens with Councilwoman Rodriguez. The very next day, STNC received an email from Rodriguez stating STNC is kicked out of North Valley City Hall, and any items STNC has in it in that municipal building needs to be removed within 30 days. This is retaliation against a neighborhood council. You said there wouldn't be an iota of difference to our interests and needs. We see what's going on here and we're not stupid. Yesterday, Foothill Division had their coffee with a cop in Tahunga to meet our new captain and get to know our SLOs as advertised. We were surprised to have Deputy Chief Alan Hamilton and Commander Craig Valenzuela. Is this normal to have such high-ranking police, top brass, come to coffee with a cop? And on top of that, our city council representatives, Monica's 2 representatives were there. Are other communities getting the same amount of attention at coffee with a cop? Why Sunland Tahunga? Are you trying to woo us or do damage control? I'm not wooed. It felt like a dog and pony show or a commercial for LAPD/Monica's office working hand in hand. The new captain was overshadowed, and it wasn't really about meeting him or getting to know our SLOs as advertised. They brought out the big guns, and the big guns are owned by Monica Rodriguez, in my opinion. When I speak to officers, they tell me despite the $2,000 incentive bonus, they can't even recruit their friends because they don't recommend this profession. Why is this? Obviously, the morale is down. Officers don't feel like you have their backs because time and time again has proved that you and command staff will turn on these officers' backs if you get political pressure. Oops, I mean, quote, input from elected officials. Officers know you'd rather please LA City Council, especially Monica Rodriguez, and unjustly move or downgrade officers than stand up for your officers. We're down 850 officers. That's equal to 4 divisions. Stand up for your officers. God bless each officer that's out there protecting each one of us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have caller ending 1264.
Hello.
Hi, what items would you like to speak on?
I'd like to speak on the chief's comments and public comment.
Okay, 2 minutes.
Yes, Commission and Police Chief Moore. This whole thing about the encampments, the homeless encampments, I call them drug encampments and gang encampments. We've had pull out so many drugs out of a lot of these encampments, and I think they're the whole idea of them just being homeless people is gotten really out of hand because most of them are criminals and they are dealing drugs and causing a lot of violence and stuff. And there are in people's homes, and we near people's homes. So these people have to go to work in the morning and don't feel safe leaving their house. I mean, how terrible is that? That the police cannot remove them from their residential areas. And we have other problems with the residential areas with vendors coming in right in front of people's homes and just setting up willy-nilly, and also causing a lot of fear and not knowing what is going on. Why this is not something that's legal, and it's creating a whole criminal environment in your criminal. It's basically the police are basically criminalizing our communities, and we just don't know why the enforcement hasn't come in, and we're just lost here. We're in total shock and awe, and I've talked to the community policing, but we never see them. I don't know what they're doing. I don't know if they're driving this councilwoman Monica Rodriguez around and leaving us to deal with the problems. This is all just really crazy, and we need some leadership. We need something. We need a direction to be going in, because right now we're going in the wrong direction. So if you can please help us and do something, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have caller ending 3146.
Hi, good morning.
Hi, what items would you like to speak on?
Closed session stuff in just 3 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you. Well, on the closed session last week, the gentleman was walking to the police car with the knife out, and he walked to the passenger side. But the officer on the driver's side shot him twice. After shooting him twice, the officer on the passenger side then shoots him again. And he didn't need to be shot twice or 3 times. Today, you're going to look at Barretto. He threw the gun. I slowed the video down. He throws the gun, then he gets shot. And I wanted to talk about the reason he got shot. The reason he got shot is because your police officers are underprotected. They don't have body armor on. It's got piss poor training. If they had done this scenario 3 to 4 times a day for months and months and years, they would be better at that. Okay. Just really, really not happy with any of that. Could have been changed. Quick comments I can't expound on, which is your gun buyback problem is a problem. Coffee with a cop is drug use. Coffee with a cop is drug use. That's drug use. It's called caffeine. It's highly addictive. It's causing most of the suicides. Coffee with a cop is drug use. And I want to say I love the complainers. Boy, they call up and complain. I love you so much. You are so beautiful. Please keep calling and complaining, because the reason the complainers are so important is that's what's helped get the police department to stop wasting people when they can. It's not just the LAPD, it's all over the place. So I want to say Merry Christmas. I hope that doesn't get hate on. Is that getting hated on? It sounds like Merry Christmas is actually the #1 hated on thing in America is Merry Christmas. I love Christmas. So let's talk about the alliances and the cronies, Brigonometer do with the cronyism and stuff, with the racism, it's everywhere. So I said last time that I heard a recording with Ron Reagan calling some black people the N-word, he called them what Nori called, I don't want to say it. So Reagan's the same thing. He didn't step down. But I wanted to put in a concept on Nori where she says she wants to beat down a 2-year-old, take him around the corner, and then come back. Chief, you were 2 years old once. Do you need a beat down? Because just because you grew up, how about anybody? Everybody was 2 years old once and we grew up. Do we all need a beat down? Do anybody see how much of a hate crime DeLeon is? He's a walking hate crime. Won't apologize. Be different if they apologize. Sorry, guys. Didn't mean, I'm sorry. Let me step down, blah, blah, blah. Right? He's a walking hate crime. Get out of here. No.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Philip Tabby.
All items.
Okay, 3 minutes.
I find it interesting that today Chief's report was talking about the Museum of Tolerance. I do totally support them. But is it true that Rabbi Marvin Hare was uninvited to your swearing in at City Hall's request? The rumor has it he was uninvited because he supported our current president at the time. What happened to tolerance, inclusion, respect? The role of chief of police has been hijacked by our city council. Our current chief is more of a Los Angeles politician than he is a strong leader of the greatest police force in the nation. Here in Foothill alone, you moved Senior Lead Contreras 10 months after the alleged incident that warranted that move. Funny how that happened when Caesar became a whistleblower of corruption, whereas the FBI got involved, and I believe they still are investigating Monica Rodriguez's involvement in the obstruction of justice. Caesar had to be moved to an area that does not even border Monica's district. Following that, our Captain Smith was moved 2 weeks after a news article broke about citing how Smith, who originally contacted the FBI. Smith and Contreras upheld their oath that they took. Why is Smith's case still pending, Mike? He was given a 10-day suspension, demoted to a Captain 1, moved to 77th before his case was investigated and completed. How many days did you get when you got drunk in public? I think at Caesar's Palace with a deputy co-counsel with the city attorney's office. How many days did you get when your words incited more riots in 2020? Or how about that international incident where you and the assistant chief had to call the French president to apologize? Did you guys get any days for that? Like to know. Now, I'm hearing rumors of the things you did as a vice sergeant in Northeast. You have no room to wave your finger. And the latest move by your command staff left the community members even more upset. 3 weeks after you attended uninvited and unannounced to the Sunland Tahunga Neighborhood Council meeting, where they were voting on a letter against you. You stated something to the effect, your vote won't change any significant thing. I believe the last caller spoke about it. The neighborhood council did in fact vote to send the letter, and 3 weeks later, Soft on Crime Rodriguez kicked the STNC out of North Valley City Hall. We're not stupid, and we've put the puzzle together. Now, on the COVID thing, 78% are testing, are vaccinated or testing. It's not a vaccine, it's a gene therapy, it's experimental. And also take into consideration that the officers who have taken the jab are not required to be tested. So if they were, that number would be higher. The shot doesn't work, and this board still has not given a logical reason for extending these illegal mandates. Crimes against humanity, please keep that in mind.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Betty Lay.
Good morning.
Good morning. What items would you like to speak on?
Chief's report, agenda items, and public comment, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay, first off, I support LAPD, and yes, we do need more officers out there. Agenda item number 3, I totally agree with CDC to stay via Zoom. Also, I agree with agenda items for A, B, C. Agenda item 5B, yes, we do need more civilian hiring to relieve our sworn personnel. And it also fascinates me how many negative comments come across when they all need to basically, in my opinion, do their homework, look up the items on the agenda, the documents, and, support this, support that, don't support, whatever the case may be, but do it in a respectful way instead of all this negativity. It seems to me like a lot of them, some of you have probably heard the phrase, do as I say, not as I do. That's weird to me. Anyway, with that, everybody knows I support also police commissioners as well. I hope our new mayor does a good job. Everybody stay safe, healthy, and happy holidays. Happy New Year to everybody. I yield the rest of my time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have T.
Hello.
Hi, what items would you like to speak on?
All, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Wow, just wow. I'm really trying to wrap my head around all this. So, more meets with the families of victims of violence. Yet, where is the accountability for all the Black and brown folks y'all shot? And he just blows by the statistics like 23 people shot, 14 fatal, like it's nothing. Y'all are literally the epitome of hate and racism. It's embedded in your very foundation. Your history is of that of slave catchers. You are the epitome of hate and violence. And the hypocrisy is real. Y'all are out here targeting Black and brown folks and over policing these communities and stealing resources every day. That's why we say defund the police, because you're eating up our resources that people need for housing and healthcare and mental health. Where is the love and where is the accountability for those impacted by your violence? And then, you know, Black folks are the highly most targeted, not only in the nation, but in the world. In the world. And Briggs goes on to talk about anti-Semitism. You don't even stand up for your own folks, Briggs. Like, what is your problem, bro? What is your problem? All I can say is colonization runs deep. You need to take a deep look at that. Why are you standing up for these people? White supremacy is embedded in the foundation of this nation. You know that, and you talk about anti-hate. What group wasn't mentioned in that? White folks, because y'all perpetuate that. And you look at this commission, it's a bunch of old white men and a few diversified folks that uphold white supremacy. We need a civilian oversight because y'all aren't your own checks and balances, right? And let's go on to talk about why people are at city council, because it's embedded in the system, systemic racism. KDL needs to go. He attacked a Black man. There's backroom deals about redistricting of resources of Black and brown communities. Anybody compliant with what KDL is, they all need to go. And the president himself said, this man needs to be removed. The president himself said, this man needs to be removed. You should resign. And he also said, people need to resign. People need, Ross, that people for marijuana convictions should be pardoned, that you're all still criminal.
Thank you. Next, we have Steve Rogers.
Good morning.
Good morning. What items would you like to speak on?
1, 2, and 5D, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
First of all, the LAPD is, and I don't like to use this term, majority minority. Okay, we should be looking at people as individuals and not grouping them according to race or other superficialities. Okay, that's why we have some of the problems that we have. You divide people and you are surprised when you get the results. The results being hate crimes, for example. Now, on the hate crime issue, Chief, it would be really great if you could put the statistics up on the crime stats. Since it is a crime, why is it being omitted? We should see a week by week hate crime stat. Briggs brought up the issue of hate crimes and Steve Soboroff. And it's like, let's get the information. And I noticed there was one group that was, well, not more than one group that was absent, because you mentioned certain people, and it goes back to the Orwellian Animal Farm quote, all animals are equal, but certain animals are more equal than others. You mentioned trans people, you mentioned Jewish people, and you mentioned Black people. I did not hear European Americans or whites mentioned at all. Are they not the victims of hate crimes also? What about the Islamic community? Let's not use it for manipulation and politics. Let's truly be against hate against all people. I hear a lot of hate on this meeting directed at white supremacy, European Americans, whites. It's ridiculous. Let's look at what's really going on. And there's only so much you can say in 3 minutes. And in terms of education, victimsofcommunism.org. There are two sides to a story. The Holodomor, you mentioned the Holocaust, Steve Soboroff, and the Museum of Tolerance. What about the Holodomor? Holodomor. Look it up, okay? Who is the most persecuted group in the world right now? In the world, Christians. And if you want to talk about hate crimes, what about the Father St. Sarah statue that was torn down by a mob at Olvera Street? Where is the arrest? I didn't see any arrest. Now to 5D. Everybody should read 5D about all civilian boards. If you look at the dynamics of boards of rights in the past, you had 2 command officers. You have, let's say, a commander and a captain and 1 civilian. Okay. Usually, does that sound fair to you? It's better to have all civilians because they're not involved in the department. They're not part of the politics of the department. They're not worried about getting a promotion. They're not worried about that. They should be concerned about justice. You should have retired officers as civilians on the boards. They are familiar with the department. They don't want dirty cops. They want fairness. Merry Christmas.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have caller ending 0682.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. What items would you like to speak on?
All of them, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
I'm baffled about what's going on. If crime is up and everything is just out of control, why is that? If the police has all these resources, why is that? Less officers, because officers are not signing up to or people don't want to sign up for this job. That should be a huge issue to you guys as they're trying to figure out why. The hate crime situation, it's out of control, but there's new methods of being used to harass and harm people. They're selling weapons that are electromagnetic, at the electromagnetic spectrum that you can buy on the dark web. People are being harassed. This causes the Havana syndrome effect. People are being harassed. Nothing is being done. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous of what's going on in Los Angeles. It doesn't make any sense. You guys have the means and resources to stop crime. If they've already said that phones are being monitored, cell phone towers and stuff like that, stingray devices and stuff like that, it's your officers that are doing some of this stuff and encouraging it. These homeless encampments, officers are influencing people, informants, to do certain things to harass people that they don't like. You guys should check into that. Let's not talk about the on the top of the ladder of LAPD, the sexual harassment stuff within house. This stuff is going on and nothing is being done. You guys got to do something about this stuff. Why do we have the board if nothing is being accomplished? I don't understand this. I do not understand this. I'll yield the rest of my time, but this is just something you guys need to take care of.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Art Schaefer.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
Yes, I am. I'm being tortured with electromagnetic weapons. I believe this is done by federal authorities, and police does not protect me in any way. They refuse. A few days ago, a policeman came and said that some special unit must get involved. And the next day I tried to find who that special unit is. And the watch commander sent to me another policeman. He said, another policeman said that this is paranoia and left. So they're satisfied. No special unit, paranoia. The officer did not come in. He said this is because of the radiation. So when he talks about radiation, it's physical, it is true. But when I speak about the same electromagnetic radiation, it is paranoia. Police does not protect me, and I believe this comes because the police cooperates with the feds. They don't want to do anything. Whenever I go into public, they burn me with the laser. At home, they burn me with this radiation. I lost my hearing, I lost my vision. They gave me cancer and 10 other diseases, and I can do nothing because police stays away. I would like Chief of Police to respond. I have nothing more to say.
Let's go to the next caller, Madam Secretary.
Okay, Mr. President, that was our final speaker.
Thank you. At this time, we'll call item 3 on the agenda. A state of emergency remains active, and on December 8th, the Los Angeles County re-entered the CDC's COVID-19 high community level, according to the Los Angeles County Public Health Officer. Therefore, the board has reconsidered the circumstances of the state of emergency and determines that it continues to directly impact the ability of the board members to meet safely in person. I move that we adopt this finding. Is there a second? Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you. At this time, we're going to go to item 4 on the agenda, the consent agenda items. Are there any commissioners that want to pull aside or question any of the consent agenda items? Seeing none, I move that we adopt items 4A, B, C, D, and E. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you. At this time, we're going to go to item 5 on the regular agenda items. We'll bring forth the department's RIPA report and ask that Director Rhodes and Captain Stephen Ramos join us, please.
Good morning.
Good morning, Director Rhodes.
Good morning, all. I am here with Commander Lurie, Captain Ramos, and Monique Turner of Application Development Support Division. We're here to present RIPA. I'm going to turn it over to Captain Ramos.
Good morning, everyone. Captain Ramos of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Division. We are here today to provide you with an update on the department efforts as it relates to Assembly Bill 953, otherwise known as the Racial Identity Profiling Act. We were going to share our screen right now. Can you guys see that okay?
Yes.
Thanks, sir. On June 21st, Commander Lurie and Dr. Pinnell provided the board with an update regarding the training of the new pretext stop policy. After that presentation, the board asked the department to report back in 6 months on some of the preliminary stop data from the RIPA dashboards to see what is trending since the implementation of the new policy. The board also requested a follow-up on community outreach efforts and an update on the training. Are you able to share it? Just want to make sure this is going through.
From the beginning.
Go to from beginning in the upper left. There you go. There you go. Sorry about that. Can you go next slide, please? So in terms of an overview, the pretext stop policy was established on March 9th of this year. As of April 1st, officers are now required to identify pretext stops on their field data reports and articulate the reason for the pretext stops on the body-worn video. In an effort to determine the outcomes and measures of effectiveness of the new policy, we will provide you with some analysis on the stop data since April 1st of this year. We will also briefly discuss the CompStat inspections that began in July, as well as pretext inspections by Audit Division and our efforts to have the geographic bureaus complete their own inspections. In terms of outcomes and measures of effectiveness, over the next few slides, I'll go over the results of our stop data by comparing stops from April 1st through November 30th of this year compared to the same period in 2021. We will look at stops by race, the reasons for the stops, actions taken, and the results of the stops in terms of search and recovery rates. This chart shows the number of stops and people contacted during those stops, comparing the same 8-month period in 2021 and 2022. The column there on the right shows the reason for the stop. The two main reasons for a stop are traffic violations and reasonable suspicion that a person stopped was engaged in criminal activity. Traffic stops are down 29% from last year, and reasonable suspicion stops are up between 3 and 4% this year. As you can see by the highlighted portion, we have done over 50,000 less stops during this time period, and overall stops are down over 20% from last year. As you move forward on the next couple of slides, I just want to point out that the number of people impacted by stops will always exceed the number of stops. For the rest of the presentation, the number presented will address the number of people stopped, not just the total stops. Okay, on this slide here, the next two slides will show the number of stops conducted by each geographic area and the totals for each bureau. On this slide, West Bureau is on the left and Valley Bureau is on the right. West Bureau saw a decrease the number of stops in all 5 areas. By comparison, Valley Bureau experienced a range of outcomes from a 45% reduction in West Valley to a 17% increase in Devonshire area. This speaks to the points raised during the March 1st Police Commission meeting where the pretext stop policy was adopted. The purpose of the policy was not to prohibit officers from making stops. It was to increase the threshold for conducting pretext stops and their articulation of the actions for all stops. We thereby do not consider the changes for any area inherently good or bad. They each warrant further explorations, which is what we will discuss later in the presentation when we cover outcomes and measurements. South Bureau experienced, on this slide here, South Bureau experienced reductions in total stops across all 4 areas as well. By comparison, Central Bureau had a range of a 26% reduction in Central area to a 50% increase in Hollenbeck area. As noted with Valley Bureau, the increase in stops is not inherently a problem. It warrants the same scrutiny provided to areas with a decrease in the numbers of stops. This chart shows the total number of people stopped during the breakdown by race. This slide exemplifies that there has been a reduction in total people stopped across all races. However, that will not necessarily result in reduction in a given race proportion of the total stops. As highlighted, Hispanic people experienced the greatest reduction in total number of people stopped between 2021 and 2022 extraction periods. However, they still experienced a slight increase in their proportion of the total number of people stopped. By comparison, Black people had the second highest reduction in total number of people stopped and the most significant decrease in the proportional representation of the total people stopped. Okay, moving on to equipment and non-moving violations. This chart shows the total people stopped for equipment or non-moving violations. There is a reduction in stops for equipment and non-moving violations for all races. However, the reduction for Black and Hispanic people are the greatest, and both exceed the overall reduction of 14%. This slide shows the top 5 traffic violation stops for this time period in 2021 and 2022. In 2021, there were 2 equipment violations in the top 5, leading to traffic stops. In 2022, after the implementation of the pretext stop policy, there's only 1 equipment violation in the top 5. More importantly, stops for these violations comprise a significantly smaller percentage of the people stopped. For consent searches, this chart shows the total number of searches and consent searches conducted during these time periods by race. Overall, there has been a reduction in total number of searches of people and property from 2021 to 2022. There has been a similar decrease in the total number of consent searches conducted. The largest decrease in both the total number of consent searches and the percent of searches comprised by consent searches occurred in the Black population. For search recovery rates, this chart shows the search recovery rates for firearms and narcotics by race during traffic stop. The yellow box shows the total number of searches. The green boxes show the firearm recovery rate, and the blue boxes show the narcotics recovery rate. The data shows that there has been a reduction in the total number of searches conducted during traffic stops, particularly for Black people. Despite the reduction in total searches, the recovery rate for firearms and narcotics has remained relatively stable over the last 2 years. So just to summarize this, the general trends in the stop data, there was an overall decline in the number of stops, over 59,000 fewer stops in 2022 versus 2021. The greatest decline was in traffic stops, over 55,000 less traffic stops for a reduction of 29%. Stops for reasonable suspicion have increased, almost 2,000 stops, over 4%. Stops for equipment and non-moving violations have decreased significantly significantly, over 51,000 less stops this year. Black community members have experienced a decrease in all categories of officer-initiated activities. Number of stops have gone down, number of people stopped for equipment and non-moving violations, searches and consent searches have all declined. The rate of recovery for firearms and narcotics remain relatively the same. In addition to the points above, Hispanic community members experienced a similar numeric reduction in all categories of officer-initiated activities. However, their proportion of the number of stops increased by 2%. This was despite 24,000, over almost 25,000 fewer Hispanic people being stopped in 2022 versus 2021. And looking at our CompStat inspections, quarterly ad hoc RIPA and CompStat inspections began in July of 2022. The inspections focused on what areas did in terms of training to ensure officers understood the new pretext stop policy, proper identification of equipment and non-moving violations as pretext stops, proper articulation of public safety reason for the non-pretext stop, area systems in place for review and approval of AFDRs, and ongoing training to address errors in the completion of those reports. We have completed 2 CompStat inspections for each geographic area command and 1 inspection for the 4 traffic divisions and Community Safety Partnership Bureau. The next inspections will be scheduled in January and February of 2023. In looking at the pretext stops, this chart shows the total number of people stopped and pretext stops by month since April 1st of this year. There was a steady decline in pretext stops after the policy was initiated, and we experienced a rebound effect after the RIPA CompStat inspection were started in July. This suggests that the RIPA CompStat inspections have been an effective tool in identifying how areas are performing, with setting up systems to ensure their personnel understand and comply with the first level of pretext stop policy, which is properly documenting the type of stop they're conducting on the FDR. In terms of Audit Division's role, Audit Division will conduct inspections. The primary purpose of those inspections will be to compile specific examples of how officers are articulating the reason for pretext and non-pretext traffic stops, and those results will be shared with the geographical areas and the bureaus for area awareness and training. OCPP is currently looking to revise the body-worn video and digital in-car video inspection policies to allow for review of articulation for the stops. And we're looking at pretext and non-pretext stops, the procedural justice components during the stop, and accurate AFDR completion. When necessary, areas provide targeted training on policy and procedural justice with the goal of improved community interactions and more accurate data collection. In terms of the community outreach piece, LAPD currently posts all the RIPA data on the LA City public open portal. This data was recently updated about 2 months ago to include all the data sets for public view and download. We continue to have monthly meetings with the RIPA Community Advisory Committee. The RIPA unit has been working with Monique Turner at ABSD. We believe this new internal dashboard will be up and running by January. We will have an external public-facing RIPA dashboard on our LAPD online site by late January. This public dashboard will allow community members to look at stop data citywide and specific to their own divisions in their areas. The area commands will have the ability and information to address community concerns and questions regarding stops occurring within their commands. And next, Commander Leary will discuss the training that's been going on since the last update.
Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning, Commission President Briggs. Good to see you again, sir. This slide here just represents a review of what I presented to this board in June. That myself and Director Rhodes and Captain Ramos had sort of toured the city in person for the initial rollout of training for this policy. That training, as I let you guys know back in June, led to 7,283 people being touched either directly by us or via a train the trainer model. We initially put out 2 video messages, one from the Chief of Police directly discussing the policy, and one which was a mock interview between the chief and several watch commanders discussing some things that we thought were important about the policy. Back in June, we reported that those had been viewed by a total of 6,710 sworn employees. And then we also had a mandatory learning session online that officers were required to complete, where they watched a video and answered some questions. So this was back in June. As of today, on the next slide, we have created an AFDR field notebook divider to help officers with properly filling out that document. And as of this morning, you can see on this slide, if you can move our sharing off to the left there, we got the latest numbers on viewing that required video, and 7,638 unique users had viewed that video. As I mentioned in June, that doesn't necessarily mean that that's all the folks that have viewed it. We know that many people have reported to us they're watching the video in a squad meeting or a roll call setting. And of course, that would only record as one unique view. And then finally, we are creating an AFDR training video to supplement that published field notebook divider or field guide on filling out the AFDR. And then Captain Ramos and his team are available and have been utilized by many commands. We're just constantly reinforcing this message that 24/7 we're ready to provide training to help bring commands up to speed on this policy. Director.
And that concludes our PowerPoint presentation. We'd be happy to take any questions from any of you about any of the subjects covered.
Thank you, Commander Lurie. On the last slide that you presented, or the last two slides that you presented, one indicated that 2,200 individuals took the test, but 7,638 viewed the video. Why the discrepancy?
Correct. They're separate items. So the video was viewed, that high number, the 7,200 are separate videos from this LMS video and exam. So they're separate videos. The first two do not require any sort of exam or anything at the end of the video.
Well, can you give us an explanation of what this exam is and whether or not all personnel in the department, or at least patrol officers, must take that exam?
Yeah, so you watch a video that summarizes the policy and then asks some questions about hypothetical stops and what needs to be done during those stops. Yes, everybody should view that video and take the exam. And we're in the midst of the follow-up as to why that compliance is low. But they are separate numbers, as I said, than viewing the policy video itself.
Yeah, thank you. Commissioner Bonner, any questions?
Yes, a couple, please. Thank you. First, one question was you were mentioning that there was no impact on, this is on the stops, and you mentioned there's no impact on the recovery of narcotics or firearms. Is there any data that notes any impact on the number of arrests or use of force, or any, just overall crime trends in the areas where you're tying that, to the stops?
No, the RIPA data does not account for arrests. We would have to get back to you on that. We could work with CRD or use of force review and try to compare the numbers, but the stop data doesn't reflect that.
So, but over time, so it's, I understand, appreciate what you're saying in terms of what the status quo is, but over time, that could be evaluated. In other words, just as you're evaluating, when they say you or whatever appropriate part of the department is doing this review,
yes.
One could try to understand any correlation that may exist between the shift in the stops policy on the one hand and any arrest or use of force or crime trends.
Yes, sir. I believe Chief Moore brought it up earlier when we were talking about the RMS system that we're developing. The part of the goal in that is having that master index number that looks at every incident and every outcome related to that and tying everything together. I think Chief from ITB actually calls it a data lake. So everything would be available on there. We'd be able to cross-reference all of that and be able to determine how each stop resulted and then tie everything together to give you exactly what you're looking for, Commissioner.
Got it. Appreciate that. And then also you mentioned some adjustments to the body-worn video review, I believe. If you could just recap I think you mentioned a look at whether officers were explaining the reason for the stop, I believe was one thing you mentioned, but just recap what you indicated relative to that review, and also what governs that review. Is it a commission policy or a director from the chief, or what governs that review?
So currently there's two policies in place that are unique to the body-worn video. There's body-worn video inspections that are done by the Bureau, and they lay out 6 specific things that the bureaus can look at in terms of the body-worn video. Basically seatbelt violations, whether they're turning on and off the camera. So there's basically 6 things. What we're trying to do is work with the league to try and add a seventh item on there, which would allow the officers or the bureaus to look at pretext stop articulation and public safety articulation during those stops. There's also a policy in place that I believe was created by Chief Arcos and Chief Kamala back when OO was there, in terms of procedural justice inspections, looking at gang units when they do a traffic stop and there's no enforcement action taken, that the divisional gang supervisors will look at least 2 stops or 2 officers each deployment period to find out what occurred during those stops. There's a checklist that goes down there to look at the procedural justice aspects. We're trying to expand that so that divisions will now be able to do that for patrol officers as well during all inspections, and trying to do that. Obviously randomized inspections, so it's not targeting any particular officers, but they look at all stops at each division. So this will allow the area commands to have a better insight of what their officers are doing, what stops are occurring, and provide real-time training in terms of procedural justice and how to properly complete these forms to get better information. And then audit division, will be doing their own pretext stops inspections that are moving forward. The goal in that initially is to look at the articulation for both pretext and for public safety and provide that back to the command so they can see what their officers are articulating or failing to articulate during the body-worn videos, their stops. Currently, the commands are restricted. They cannot look at body-worn video just to look at pretext and non-pretext stops. They can only look at it for administrative functions such as use of force, complaints, and those type of investigations. So there's no nexus right now to look at it specifically for pretext compliance.
I will just add, Commissioner Bonner, that during the ComStat process, we have, when we talk to the captains, they have talked to their people, and some officers are actually giving or telling their captains, here's a body-worn video that I think is representative or well done. And so we are able to see those as well. And we have seen significant progress on that.
Yeah, appreciate that. And in fact, you just mentioned, at least my third point was just a comment, which was that I did have that opportunity to sit in the background on one of the RIPA ComStats, and very much appreciated both the seriousness and the quality of that review and that discussion. So just wanted to note that and express appreciation for it. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner. Commissioner Clanche, any questions?
Thank you. Brief question. Has there been any significant changes for like specialized units, like a gang unit or vice units, in their compliance or in the ability to make stops that are important, to their work? I'm just wondering like what the impact has been for some of these specialized units.
So the policy applies to all of our units.
Right.
Our most recent ComStat, we did include Community Safety Partnership Bureau, which is quite a different type of unit. And we are still working with with Chief Tingarides to sort of refine that and how we would look at that. We also did the traffic divisions, and we're working with Chief Graham on that. As to those others, the policy still applies to them. We haven't done anything special, and we haven't, at least for this presentation, run numbers on gang units or vice units.
Okay.
We would have to look into that, but in terms of the policy, it does apply to everybody, and we're trying to make everybody subject to ComStat on that.
We do have the ability to look at it by watch, by gang, by unit. So we do have that ability to do a deeper dive into those. But what I've seen over looking at the data for last year is there is a reduction. Patrol and gangs usually go hand in hand in terms of reduction in searches and rates and everything else. So, and the larger gang units do make up most of the stops for each command as well.
Right.
So these would be in line.
Yeah, I was just wondering if there was any significant impact to their, I don't want to say their ability to do their job because they're very specialized units, but yeah, like, was there any impact? But I mean, that's something that we can, I guess, discuss, later. I'm just curious about, this. I mean, we want to be within the law, but we also want to ensure the ability to have safety and to be able to do the work that we need to do to ensure safety. I don't know. It's like very nuanced, but I'm just curious.
Well, Commissioner, if I could respond to that, when I look at this, I see 51 fewer equipment violation stops. And we do have 3, and from those stops, in comparison to the previous period last year, we do see a lesser number of recovered firearms, 326. But when we think about 51,000 instances and the 326, I think it speaks to what we're trying to accomplish here, which is that we're trying to, we want to see officers who are proactive. We encourage them to conduct pretext stops based on added information beyond the simple equipment violation. So they're conducting meaningful stops using meaningful resources for meaningful results. And I'm encouraged that early on, it appears that our officers are understanding this because they are conducting pretext stops and they are conducting speed, and traffic enforcement on serious offenses at rates, and they are finding firearms, narcotics, and making arrests that are not disproportionately being impacted, especially when, again, we consider how much fewer by the tens of thousands of stops that have been conducted.
No, I appreciate the balance that I see happening out there while respecting, communities of color, especially that tend to be, have more of the stops in general. But yeah, I just want to make sure that officers feel like they can still make those important stops that really lead to community safety. So I appreciate the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Calanche. Commissioner Decker, any questions?
Thank you. First, if I could ask for you to send the PowerPoint presentation to Mr. Tiefenk, I'd like to look at the numbers in a little more detail. That would be helpful. If I could focus first on the CompStat process, I too have had the benefit of attending those sessions. And I wonder if you can tell me the progress you think has been obtained as a result of the CompStat system in a little more detail than what you presented, and the response from the field on that.
I think maybe I can address that, Commissioner Decker. So we have definitely seen a seriousness to the CompStat process and an increased seriousness to the CompStat process, both by captains and those who support them at the divisions. We have seen many divisions that have determined that they need a RIPA coordinator so that they look at the data frequently, potentially daily. That is incredibly helpful because one of the things we first saw at the first inspection was that we were not getting as accurate data in, and therefore we could not have confidence in our data that went out. We are seeing an increased confidence in the data that it goes in. We are also seeing an increased understanding of what pretext stops are. This is a paradigm shift for the department in terms of determining what kind of stop they are making and articulating that. And we are also seeing an increased level of understanding and desire to stop, make traffic stops for public safety. So I think that although this immense ship of a department did not turn on a dime, it is turning. We are seeing a lot of good questions and good comments coming, particularly from the traffic divisions, and some thoughtful discussion, all of which I think leads to a more thoughtful and helpful department. So I think there's been significant progress. We see that data-wise in terms of equipment violations, the top 10 significantly changing, and really an understanding of the number of pretext stops that we are in fact conducting. As you will recall, when the IG did their report, they had to try and determine which stops were pretext and which were not, based on just the type of stop and the action thereafter. Here, I think we are getting a much better data set going forward, and then we can really look at pretext stops.
Thank you for that, Ms. Rhodes. And in terms of your goals for the CompStat system in the future, now that you have had several sessions, baseline, you've gotten input from the field and the better understanding of the policy, pretext stops, and somewhat innovative methods out in the field to ensure public safety is being addressed, keeping accurate data and working with the community. What are your goals for the future with the CompStat system now that you have that baseline?
So I think in the future, we are looking to increase the number of things we talk about to the commands. We want to make sure that this foundation of what is and what is not a pretext stop is very firm and grounded. We want to make sure that public safety is being articulated, and that is sort of a muscle memory on body worn, and that that is being communicated to the person stopped. From there, we hope to look at ordering people out of a vehicle and the reasons for that. We have now looked at, and training division has provided me with a draft of the policy and an updated draft so that we can push out a training bulletin on that subject so that we're all on the same page before we start measuring that. Then we'll look at searches and consent to search. We, as you are well aware, we have a somewhat new policy on that, and somewhat innovative and somewhat unique in terms of other cities, in terms of what we request our officers to do in terms of consent searches. So we are looking to make sure our data is really grounded and we have full confidence in it. Our understanding of pretext and public safety is also grounded and we have full confidence. And then we move to getting individuals out of cars and consent searches. The other thing that we're looking to do is make sure that our captains have the numbers for their divisions and for the city, and that they can discuss this at community meetings.
Thank you. If you could be sure in the future, the IGs invited to the CompStats may have been in the past. I don't know, but if you could just be sure that the IG's office is always included as well, I'd appreciate that. If I could turn to the information or the public dashboards that you're preparing for January 2023, if you could, if someone on the team could inform me as to what information you expect to be, at least initially in those public dashboards, where you expect it to grow to, and how up to date do you think that the data will be? Is it real time? Is it a month lagging? What's your expectation of the data that will be pushed out to the public?
So currently we have data going back in dashboard format, meaning that we can extract and put on public dashboard from 2019 to current. So we can pull that. I would think, and thank God Monique's here because she will really correct me where I'm wrong, on a monthly basis. I think we wanted to start in terms of the dashboards. We've been meeting with the community advisory board to kind of get a sense of what they were looking for from community aspects of what information. Because you can see from this, and we've presented this a few times, there's a lot of data there. So we're trying to start simple and educate the public in terms of what this data means and try and keep it as simple and digestible as possible. So the idea in the beginning is to have just two variables they can play with in terms of slicing the information, and that would be date range and location. So that way they can drill down to it. There'd be a map on there, and it would cover the stops that occur in their particular division, the racial breakdown of those stops, searches conducted in that, basically on those stops. So all the data sets on there, but more of a pie chart format, breaking it down by stops, the reason for the stop, any searches conducted during those stops, results of those stops, but in a format where it's fixed. They run a date range and location and maps it out for them and provides those fields. So we're looking to start with 2 simple dashboards that kind of overlay that in a very simple fashion. And then we can adjust that as either the department, the commission, or the community sees fit to address all their needs. Currently, the open portal is there. So anybody can extract that information now, and all the data is available. And we've been working with LA Times and others that do that data dump now. But we're trying to keep it simple to start with for the general public.
And just to add, on the open data portal, we push data on a weekly basis, and that would be all stop data that had been reviewed for the week prior. And so for the dashboard purposes, as what Captain Ramos had alluded to, we would start with fixed data. And as we get comfortable with the external dashboard, we would then push data more that would be in cadence with the open data portal. So it would be on a weekly basis.
Okay, thank you. And my final question is with respect to the state RIPA board. I'm wondering if the department, anyone in the department has been in touch with them as to what is happening, what's been going on with respect to the collection analysis of the data and the use of the CompStat system, as well as the public-facing dashboard that's expected.
I gave a presentation a few months ago on our policy and how we were implementing it with less data than you received today, because we didn't have that. That was a couple of months ago. And our belief that rather than a overall legislative fix for all departments in the state, the departments across the state should be used as laboratories like we are doing, to try and find the things that, for example, they are not asking for us to report pretext stops, number of pretext stops, percentage of pretext stops, or anything like that. And yet one of their ideas would be to eliminate pretext stops. So I did encourage that and have been in contact with members of a legislative committee that would report to the state legislature on some of our findings. We did that approximately a month ago. We pushed out our additional numbers to that committee.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to be sure they were aware of the totality of the efforts that have been undertaken by the department. Their report is due out soon, and I think it would be good for others in the state, as well as for the public who read that report, to have a good understanding of the scope of efforts being undertaken by the department.
I will reach out to them again with updated information. Thanks.
That'd be great. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, Commissioner Briggs.
Thank
And
you,
thank you all for
Commissioner.
your presentation. Much appreciated.
Thank you, Commissioner Decker. I have additional follow-up questions here, and I'm going to pull on one of the threads of Commissioner Bonner's questions. And this goes to body-worn video review, as well as digital in-car camera video review. It's my understanding that if a watch commander or captain had a question about a reported pretextual stop, he cannot simply pull that officer's body-worn video or the digital in-car video and review it. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So there's no way to actually have a check and balance on a determination as to whether or not the information going into this RIPA report is valid, other than what's written down in an officer's report. Is that correct?
Well, there is audit division is conducting these random, or will be conducting these random inspections and giving those back to the command. Moreover, they are able to look at the written report, and in CompStat, we talk about what we think are the equipment violations and why we think those may be pretext stops or whether they are public safety. So I know that there's a lot of discussion, but the policy itself, we are working to revise. You are correct.
And when you say the policy we're working to revise, are you working to revise the policy with respect to a watch commander and or a captain's ability to review all body worn video so that they can confirm the accuracy of this reporting?
Well, go ahead.
So, I mean, so there are reviews a command can do currently, so I just want to make sure we're clear. So if an officer comes up with an arrest, the watch commander, everybody can look at that body worn video for consistency to make sure it's reported accurately. Detectives do that when they're filing cases as well. If there's any use of force, or pursuit, or administrative investigation, they can look at the body worn video for those instances. There's, I mean, thousands and thousands of video a day, so it's not capable of, right, as a watch commander, look at every video that comes in. What we're trying to do with the policy revision is allow the commands to do randomized body worn video inspections at the area level to check for accuracy, procedural justice aspects, and to provide training with them. There just isn't enough supervisors to do a review of every single body worn video that comes in. So currently they cannot look at it unless it's one of those administrative reviews. So we're trying to add to the piece where their individual areas can do their own inspections to look at just what you're talking about, the accuracy piece. Currently, they have the RIPA coordinators at the division levels. So as they come in, they can look at their their daily field activity report to see what kind of stops they did, what they wrote on there. There are 2 spaces on the AFDR where they have to type in a written explanation if they did a search or the reason they did the stop, so they can compare that to their stop, and they can have a conversation with the officer about the stop as well. So there are some checks that they have to do on a daily basis to try and ensure that it's as accurate as possible. And if they do have a question on any particular AFDR, they have a kickback feature where they review it, have to scroll to the AFDR, and then they can kick it back to the officer with any questions they have. So those are the steps we're trying to do to increase the accuracy and the efficiency.
Commissioner Briggs, another important part of that universe of administrative reviews is personnel complaints. So a member of the community who feels that they were stopped for some other reason, especially let's say for a reason that approaches bias or because of their perceived membership in a protected class, if they filed a personnel complaint, then the person reviewing and evaluating that personnel complaint would have access to the video. So it's important to remember that portion as well.
I would ask that you coordinate with the executive committee of the board with respect to the proposed policy language change on this issue. I think it's ripe for perhaps change for overall transparency for the department, as well as accountability in this important information. So I'm looking to you, Director Rhodes, to work with us to make that happen.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much for this report, everyone. At this time, we were going to go to item 5B on the agenda, the department's report with respect to the response to the council's request concerning civilian hiring plan. Thank you, everyone in the room, for a great report.
Thank you.
Sorry, good morning. Let me share my screen and my PowerPoint. Perfect. Good morning, Commissioners, Chief, Inspector General, and Executive Director. My name is Brian Taft, the Commanding Officer of Personnel Division. I'm here to give you a brief presentation on our current civilian hiring process and answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Taft. You may proceed.
Okay, we were asked by council to report back on 3 items. The first being the current status of the civilian hiring process, including 5 specific key metrics. The second, recommended changes to policy to increase efficiencies. And the third, a more broad approach of structural changes with the assistance of personnel department that could affect not only our department, but potentially the city as a whole. Our current background, our findings, first and foremost is what our vacancies are. Right now, we currently have 691 vacancies. within the department for our civilian staff. These are people who directly impact and directly support those officers in the field and those officers doing investigative reports. Secondly is the onboarding process, which would include recruitment, hiring, and training of civilian employees. Our recruitment right now is we use various methods. One of the most recent ones, we started a pilot program with the personnel department to attract candidates via social media. And then we did a 3-month pilot program for police service representatives, which are 911 operators, security officers, and detention officers. We had very good success. We hope to see that to continue in the months to come. Our onboarding process takes a little bit of time. The fastest that we can typically do it in requires about 4 weeks for us to bring a person on board, a civilian. For a public safety position, those of detention officer, property officer, PSR, those can take up to 3 months. So 12 weeks to be able to bring someone on. Once an employee does start with the process, some positions have a training period. Those are typically our safety positions or our technical or scientific positions. And then a 6-month probationary period in which we have the ability to monitor and provide feedback to those employees on ways that they can improve their current work status. Over the past 2 years, we had and continues to this year, we have our attrition rate that continues to outpace our ability to hire employees. I want to point out that this is not a department mutually exclusive issue. This is something that the city as a whole is facing. There's many departments within the city that are facing the same issue of losing people faster than we can actually hire them or fill their positions. This obviously has a significant impact on the department's ability to address our critical needs by placing officers that are currently doing what is typically civilian or administrative functions to support officers in the field, being able to put those officers back into the field. With 691 vacancies, you can imagine that our commanding officers are having to use the resources available to them to be able to do these critical necessary tasks on a daily basis. As I mentioned before, one of the areas that we had targeted or identified that needed some additional research or help was with our technical and scientific positions, both at TID and FSD. We have currently 257 positions available there, and we have 38 vacancies. This is about a 14.8% vacancy rate. I am pleased to say, though, in the last couple months, we have been in the process of filling those, and that vacancy rate should decrease by 30% before the end of this year. We have about 11 or 12 people currently in the process to be hired on to be criminalists, to be laboratory technicians, potentially forensic print specialists that can alleviate some of that burden that these divisions are having and experiencing. So what are our recommendations? One of the big recommendations is to continue our outreach and recruitment of civilian positions. Something that we just recently started. We did a pilot program, a 3-month pilot program, and our application rate more than doubled for that of detention officer and PSR during that time frame, which is it's good news for us. It shows that there are people out there that want to come to us. We just need to find a way to reach them and get to them. Our recommendation is we'd love to be able to see this pilot program be extended for another 12 months to see what those numbers look like, to see what kind of response that we're getting from the public. Additionally, I think we can definitely benefit from starting to target some of our colleges and universities locally for those skilled and scientific positions that we need to fill. Those lab technicians, those criminalists, those print specialists. I think that's a plethora of good quality talent that we can tap into and explain to them what we have and what we can provide to them, both as a department and as a city. For structural wise, we worked with personnel department to try to find structural changes that we can do within the city as a whole to be able to address some of these issues. One of the things that stood out for us tremendously was we noticed that of those employees that are leaving, that are trading out of our department, outside of service retirement, we noticed that a vast majority of them are leaving with less than 5 years of experience on the job. So we wanted to identify structural changes that we can address within those first 5 years for those employees. What kind of things can we change or incentivize them to want to stay instead of finding jobs both outside the department or even outside the city that would make them want to leave. And then finally, one of the things we did want to talk about is one of our successes, and we're very proud of this. Our Target Local Hire and Bridge to Job program has been a very, very positive impact on our department. Right now, I believe we are the second highest employer in the city of Target Local Hire and Bridge to Jobs, second only to Rec and Parks. But because of that, I do believe we might be the highest full-time employee of Targeted Local Hire and Bridge to Jobs. And these are people who live in our local communities and our local neighborhoods that are targeted. They go through a application process and a lottery system to be able to be hired. And these are ways that people can get into our department on the ground floor and work their way up. Last year, we did hire 42 individuals through this program. And this year, up just until the beginning of this month, we've already hired 40. So we're on pace right now to potentially double what we did last year. And once again, these are good quality employees. They're wonderful people. We have a number of them throughout the department. We spread them out. We've only had very good success stories with these, and we hope that continues. So that would be the end of my presentation. And I'm more than happy to answer any questions you guys might have at this time.
Thank you. Commissioner Bonner, any questions?
Yes, please. Two questions. The first, and I'll just say what they both are because they're somewhat related. The first is the response to item 1D, I believe, that with regard to, I think the report is indicating that the department is unable to reassign officers from civilian duties. And I'm reflecting a little bit on the report that we had a few weeks ago on where there was some charts and data that was presented on the number of sworn who are serving in civilian roles. And the question is, this report, at least as I'm reading it, is suggesting that none of those officers could be reassigned from the, doing labor or other civilian functions that were administrative functions that were identified in that previous report. This report seems to be saying that because of the difficulties hiring, filling civilian positions, that none of those officers could be reassigned to sworn functions. So I want to understand if I'm understanding that correctly. And then also in item 3, the request, I think, was asking when was the last structural review that might yield, those opportunities to relieve sworn officers of civilian duties. And I didn't quite pick up exactly what the response was in that regard. So if you could address each of those, I'd appreciate it.
Sure. So in regards to the other reports that you did receive, we have, there's about over 100 officers right now that are currently doing administrative or civilian type tasks. I can't say that all of those officers cannot be placed in the field because we are in the process of trying to place as many of those back into the field as we can. The problem is that some of these officers are doing critical tasks and duties for the department that we can't find a civilian replacement for at this time. We definitely are trying. It's a huge priority for us. We continue to push towards that, but it's not at the rate that we want to see. We would love to see more and more of those officers go out into the field and replace them with a civilian equivalent. We just unfortunately are not having as success with the hiring of the civilians to be able to do that. Plus also you have to include the training part of getting those civilians up to speed and up to the same level that their sworn counterpart was doing before they did leave. The next question is, the second part of your question, sorry, is regards to our analysis or deep dive into this. We did start that project a little while ago to try to get a better determination, understanding of what positions are currently being utilized for sworn that can be done for civilians. We're still in the process of trying to itemize or finalize that report to be able to get a good quality understanding of what type of project or problem we're facing. And we do hope that those results do come soon. So unfortunately, I cannot exactly answer that question because to answer your question, we are in the process of trying to do that structural analysis to be able to answer that question for you.
Great. So just two follows. One is what you just reported relative to the structural analysis, is that referenced in this response?
No, unfortunately, we started that project after we started this report back in October, and we started our structural analysis after that report was completed.
Okay, so just one point. It just seems to me that that it's if the request of the council is making is for an explanation of any structural analysis that's underway, you're saying that there is such an analysis underway, but I'm not seeing it referenced in the response to the council. So I don't know, just leave to others also to reflect on whether we should ask that be included. And then similarly, and when I'm reading this comment, I think it's on page 3, that does seem pretty conclusive. It says, due to extensive vacancies and critical operational needs, the department is unable to reassign officers from civilian duties. So again, that seems pretty categorical, or you're reporting to the council that you just can't do this, and you're indicating here, I think, that no, that there's a pretty rigorous review underway to look for those opportunities. So just need some more clarity really on whether this is giving the most accurate depiction of what the situation is relative to this category of officers who are under review.
Thank you.
Well, Commissioner, I do think this is something that these are 2 issues that can be addressed verbally when they're presented before public safety and the personnel committee for the sake of moving the report forward. However, if the desire of the commission is that we add those 2 points relatively briefly, we can. The analysis, the structural analysis, as well as the fact that as we hire personnel, it is our desire as we hire personnel, and you may recall the budget for next year, we're attempting to hire more custodial or more custody services divisions. We still have 15 officers that are working there that, but for the fact that we can't or haven't been able to hire enough civilian custody service workers. So the hiring plan, both this year as well as next year, is to remove and replace and to have sworn personnel relieved of civilian functions. But again, we're happy to talk about both that function as well as this structural analysis that has just been embarked on verbally, or if you'd like it added specifically, we could do that as well. And we'll be back at your next meeting.
Let me ask you, Chief, just absent those adjustments, do you believe that this report is accurate and complete without those clarifications?
Absolutely. We are in a position where, with the reduction in the civilian workforce, coupled with that in the sworn workforce, that we have reallocated, provided attrition by reducing or eliminating specialized functions, limiting administrative functions, so in an effort to ensure that civilian staffing is doing the most critical activities. And I do believe that we're at our base level. I'm aware that.
Let me just interject briefly, because I want to clarify. When I'm not taking issue with the substance of what you're just describing here, for example. What I'm concerned about is the fact that that's not sufficiently explained or described in the responses going to the council. So that's what I'm concerned about, is that there's more to this story that we're understanding here than what's being reported, included in this report. So I appreciate that's the choice, is you can, if someone does ask, and one could explain this verbally, or we could ask the department to take another effort to find an appropriate way to flesh out those 2 areas. And I think that would be my suggestion. Thank you, Commissioner Briggs.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner. Commissioner Decker.
I understand Commissioner Bonner's concern. I guess I have another concern, and that is the council asked for this report within 30 days of February 2002. If delayed further, and by the time it gets back on their agenda, it could be over a year later that they receive the report that they've asked for. Is that accurate?
Mr. Taft, was it? I don't think. First, it was 22. I don't think it was 2002. But
I'm sorry, 22. Apologies. I mean, of this year in February. Yes. So then it would be a year before they get a report back.
Correct.
About.
Yeah, and Mr. Taft, can you articulate, I know that the council has had a follow-up effort with the personnel department and with us as to civilian hiring. This addresses issues that have come up through the summer and early fall and to address the council's initial request as well, I believe.
Yes, sir. Yes, there's been a number of reports and they all kind of coincide. There's this report, there's the civilianization report, the project that we're working on. They all kind of come together. In an ideal world, it would be good to have it all as one report, but the way the council has asked for it independently, they've piecemealed it. So we're trying to work through this process.
Right, so that request made in February of this year, the prior reports we received, is that the same council motion that it's all responding to?
I believe so, ma'am, yes.
Okay. I think overall, I'd be inclined to move forward today to try to be expeditious with council, in part because of and granted, it may have been piecemeal, but if you can update them verbally, I think I'd be satisfied, and largely to try to get them the answers that they're asking for, and also because civilianization has been I don't know if it's accurate to say a decades-long effort. Over time, there have been starts and finishes, and staffing needs have it's gone back and forth. And I particularly think council should get some of these answers a little more expeditiously. So I'd be inclined to move forward today with the verbal addition. But also happy to hear from my colleagues on that.
Thank you, Commissioner Decker. Commissioner Clanche.
I don't have any questions. I'm okay moving forward with this report.
Thank you. Commissioner Soboroff is not present. So I agree that we should transmit this report to the city council at the present time. And I believe that should council, the Public Safety Committee, have any questions, the department can put things into context during that verbal exchange with the city council. This report is long outstanding, almost 11 months that we're turning it around to the city council. I don't think we should wait any longer. So with that, I move that we approve the department's report and transmit it to the city council. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you. At this time, we're going to go to 5C, the department's report on the California Public Records Inspection Audit.
Good morning, commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning. I'm Sharon Sargent, Acting Commanding Officer of Audit Division. Today, I'm going to share with you an overview of the California Public Records Act inspection. This was conducted by Audit Division as part of the 2021 annual audit plan. As you can see on the slide, you may recall this inspection is part of a settlement agreement that was signed in 2019 between the City of LA and the ACLU of Southern California. Because the agreement requires a 5-year inspection of SEPRA compliance, the department established an audit plan from 2020 through 2024, and this marks the department's second consecutive year. The agreement outlines 20 different items for the City of LA, and 6 of these fall under the purview of the police department. These are the 6 areas that the department is responsible for. 3 of the 6 were one-time requirements, which involved creating a SEPRA policy, creating a SEPRA unit to handle the requests, and also creating an online portal for the public to view and access documents, and also submit requests online. All 3 of these things were satisfied in 2020. The remaining 3 areas are ongoing, and Audit Division will continue to monitor these areas. They include proactive disclosure of department policies, preserving historical records, and also including a SEPR inspection in the department's annual audit plan for 5 years. Per the settlement agreement, Audit Division is responsible to monitor these items that you see on the screen. And these were also the objectives that were used for the 2021 inspection. Risk Management Legal Affairs Division is the department entity that's responsible for SEPR requests, and auditors examined 102 requests from January through September of 2021. Some of these areas included timely notifications, justified extensions, and the unfulfilled requests. Those were examined to see if they were justifiably allowed under SEPR rules. So the report shows that the department did quite well overall. Of the areas assessed, all but one received compliance of 91 to 100%. The one area that received slightly lower compliance of 88%, that involved not properly articulating the need for a 14-day extension to the requester. There were 3 times that this occurred. In one instance, the request was actually fulfilled within 13 days, but there was no notification sent out. In the other 2 cases, requesters were notified in a timely manner, but the notifications didn't specify or articulate why the department needed more time. Audit Division met with Risk Management Legal Affairs Division, and they've addressed these issues through training, and they are in general agreement with the audit's findings. The City Attorney's Office has also reviewed this inspection to ensure that it satisfies the settlement agreement. I have with me a couple members of the Audit Division team that worked on this particular inspection, and Captain Patillo from Risk Management Legal Affairs Division is also present to answer questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the commissioners? Seeing none, I move that we approve the department's report. Is there a second? Chief, I'm sorry, the chief had a question.
Actually, just a comment. I want to thank Audit Division and also the Office of Constitutional Policing and Policy for not just this audit, but the compliance for such an important area. This has been a significant expansion of the department's responsibilities to expand to respond to Public Records Act requests. This agreement was sought to satisfy the public's need and right to transparency. And during times of staffing turmoils we just talked about, they have performed, in my view, in an exceedingly good fashion. So I want to thank them for that, and also the audit results that were shown here.
Agree.
Agreed. Thank you. There's a motion, President. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you. At this time, we're going to go to item 5D, the department's report on with respect to the response evaluating the effectiveness of all civilian Board of Rights ordinance. Can we have Deputy Chief Remkunis, please?
Hello, good morning, Commissioner Briggs. How do you hear me, sir?
We can.
Okay. Good morning, Police Commissioners, Mr. Tiefenk, Chief Moore, City Attorney De La Guerra, Mr. Smith. Prior to discussing the letter, regarding the all civilian Board of Rights, the effectiveness of evaluating the city ordinance number 186100. With me, I have Lieutenant Javier Sanchez, who is the department advocate, and Detective Mark Furness, who is the assisting officer in charge of advocate section. I would like to thank the Los Angeles Police Protective League for their continued partnership and ongoing effort to ensure transparency, fairness, and accountability are embedded into the Board of Rights process. We have worked side by side with them during the last approximately 3 years in evaluating the Board of Rights process. I will begin with an overview and purpose of the letter and move through the letter, and then we would be happy to take any questions after that. We're sharing a PowerPoint with you now, and hopefully it comes up. Okay. Commissioner Briggs, can you see our PowerPoint?
Yes, we can see it. Thank you.
Yes, sir. So by city charter, sworn employees may only be removed after a full, fair, and impartial hearing before a board of rights. Boards of rights are also the sole option to impose discipline greater than a 22-day suspension on officers. Prior to 2019, boards of rights were comprised of 1 civilian member and 2 sworn members of department command staff. We'll move into the adoption of the ordinance. In 2017, Los Angeles voters amended the charter through Measure C. This amendment allowed City Council to adopt an ordinance permitting an all-civilian composition of Board of Rights. In 2019, City Council passed ordinance number 186100, permitting officers the option to elect an all-civilian board. The ordinance required a report from the police department to City Council after 2 years to evaluate the ordinance effectiveness. The background of the Board of Rights: there are 2 types of boards of rights, opted and directed. Opted boards occur when an officer disagrees with the preliminary finding on a disciplinary matter or its penalty and has received up to a 22-day suspension. Directed boards occur when the chief believes that the officer should be removed from the department. A board is comprised of 3 hearing examiners, and the board operates in a quasi-judicial environment and makes a finding according to the preponderance of evidence standard. I'd like to now turn it over to Lieutenant Javier Sanchez to discuss pre-ordinance civilian examiner leniency.
So before the pre-ordinance, the chief legislative analyst prepared a report where they did a deep dive, and they focused on the civilian voting patterns. And during this report, they analyzed board of rights between 2011 to 2016. And in the majority of the cases, they found that the civilian hearing examiners were more lenient than their counterparts who were sworn command staff officers, and always voted for a lesser penalty. And even in board of rights that were opted in nature, in each case, they voted for a lesser penalty when it came to demotions or suspension days. After the ordinance, we could see this, the trend continued. So this is the all civilian board. This focuses on boards from 2019 all the way to 2022. You can see the trend. In 2019, when we first started seeing the all civilian boards, 62% of all the officers going to a board of rights that was directed chose an all civilian board. And till current date, it's at 100% of all boards being selected are civilian boards. And in the 3 years before the ordinance, we only had 65 opted boards. After we had an all civilian board panel, it went up to 131 opted boards. So the numbers are going up. So the all civilian board, we found that that the all civilian boards do find officers guilty, but the difference is the penalty. The penalty is a lot less. And what we're hearing is that they do not understand police procedures. They do not understand the expectations of the department. So after a board of rights, we sit down with the hearing examiners, and that's what they're saying, that they want a sworn member on the board to guide them through those police procedures, the expectations of the department, and what the outcomes of the boards of rights have on the organization, the community, and the process itself in a whole.
So right now, I'd like to turn it over to Detective Furness, and he can talk about a few cases where we've identified egregious examples of hearing examiners failing to remove officers that we believe were found guilty of egregious misconduct. So Detective Furness will highlight a few that we reference in our letter.
Yes, and these are just a couple of recent examples that you have on your screen. The first one, I'm not going to read from the PowerPoint, but the first one is, I'll read off the charge sheet. These are the counts that the chief imposed and that the board actually found him guilty of. 2 officers failing to report being involved in a traffic collision that damaged a police vehicle. They made false statements to an official representative during who was investigating their involvement in the vehicle pursuit that they failed to report. And the third one, failing to notify a supervisor that they became involved. Basically, they got into a pursuit, didn't tell anybody about it, didn't broadcast on the radio, damaged the vehicle, tried to get it repaired at an offsite location. When that failed, they took it back to the station and parked it and didn't report it until it was discovered a couple of weeks later. When it was investigated, they provided false statements to the sergeant doing the investigation. Again, they were found guilty of all counts. Risk manager did come in and talk about the ramifications of being found guilty of making false statements and the potential Brady issues. And the board gave them 45 days instead of removing them, feeling that was, all of that was required through progressive discipline. The second one and longer was a 2-year officer, and he had several counts, all stemming from drunk driving. His counts were driving a personal vehicle under the influence of alcohol, that he drove his vehicle not while in possession of a California driver's license that was suspended at the time, that he failed to properly secure his loaded handgun in his vehicle. He kept it on the dashboard. He inappropriately used his police identification card to purchase alcoholic beverages. He had an unintentional discharge of his firearm in the vehicle while he was driving home. What happened as he was driving by some sheriffs who were directing traffic due to a nearby fire, he took the turn too hard. His unholstered gun slid across the dashboard, and when he went to grab it, he says it went off. It fired a round out the vehicle. He then fled the scene. The next morning, he went and tried to get the vehicle repaired for at a repair shop, paying cash. He failed to report, stay after the discharge of the weapon or report it to anybody until after the vehicle would not be repaired. The repair shop refused to repair it, at which point he then the following day reported the damage. When all this was discovered, he was directed to a board. The board decided to put him in a 278 rehab contract, which again, we do not have any control of. And the point was to rehabilitate the officer. He did comply with all the provisions for the length of the contract, which is 1 year. When the officer returned at the end of that year, the board was supposed to impose a penalty. We understand at that point it would not be removal, but it should have been significant as far as suspension days, considering the egregious conduct. They ended up giving him a 5-day penalty. During the debrief, I discovered from one of the board members that the other 2 board members had originally wanted to go no penalty. They had to argue to get to the 5 days simply because they felt that rehabilitation was sufficient to answer all of those egregious counts. And those are just 2 examples of lower penalty. As stated before, a lot of the times they are going not guilty when even in their own rationale, they're clearly defining that they found the officer guilty, but they just won't actually find them guilty.
All right. Okay, yeah.
So as we've shown with the civilian boards, they are across the board more lenient in every case. Whether we're still getting removals occasionally, but for the most part, they're reducing all penalties. They haven't demoted a single person as of yet since the civilian boards took over. And of course, on all opt-in boards, they are now reducing penalties. And again, this is, as I just said, a lot of the time this is resulting in when we have officers who are facing false statements or something like that, where they're found guilty, potential Brady issue where these officers going forward, if we retain them, we're not going to be able to have any kind of contact with the public because we can't trust them to testify in court and whatnot. And they effectively can't operate as police officers. So that's where we start having officers going into other assignments and being paid full-time police officer salary. That's what happens when boards don't appreciate the ramifications of these type of issues.
Thank you. So moving forward, as discussed a few weeks ago in Police Commission, the department has taken immediate actions to help remedy some of the problems. What we've done is we've published the 13th edition of the Board of Rights Manual, and that requires penalty rationales to incorporate the ability of a sworn employee to continue to function as a police officer, which I think is vitally important that that is mentioned in the rationales moving forward. We also, the Board of Rights Manual prohibits hearing examiners from engaging in policy nullification, as discussed before. This is important that all findings are based on current department policy. And then a big item is transitioning to the use of attorneys as professional advocates to present the department's case. I believe this will be very beneficial to have a city attorney or to have attorneys working alongside with our advocates to present cases and answer questions and provide that experience and expertise that attorneys would bring to the table. The department's recommendation is to continue to work with the Los Angeles Police Protective League to effectuate a Board of Rights process that would increase fairness and accountability in police disciplinary matters. So that's to highlight the points of our letter to City Council, and we'd be happy to answer any questions that the commissioners may have.
Thank you, Chief Rimkunis. This is a very disturbing report. It simply illustrates and highlights how good intentions can go astray in this instance, where officers who clearly should not be with the department because of those who are unable, unwilling, or simply incapable of understanding the ramifications of keeping bad officers in the department are simply not doing what they were appointed to do. You started off by pointing out that under the ordinance passed by the City Council, that the City Council can review after a 2-year period that ordinance. I believe it goes further. They can revoke it if they choose to do so. Is that not correct, Chief Rimkunis?
Yes, Commissioner Briggs, you are correct. The department was just asked to provide an overall assessment after a 2-year period, but after 2 years, the City Council could revisit the impact or effectiveness that Measure C has had on police disciplinary matters.
And they can take the next step, which is to simply revoke the ordinance, in which case it would go back to, what is that, 2 sworn and 1 civilian?
Yes, sir. That would be two sworn and 1 civilian, a traditional Board of Rights, correct?
I would ask that in addition to your report that you're going to be sending over to City Council, the letter, that you also send the PowerPoint presentation that you provided to the commission along with the letter.
Yes, sir.
At this time, Commissioner Decker, do you have any questions?
I would ask, and I think we covered this when we had the IG report, that the IG report also be included. That was your intent, right? Chief Rimkunis?
Yes, Commissioner Decker, yes. We were going to present the letter before you, and then I believe transmit the Inspector General report along with our letter to City Council.
Very good, thank you. I certainly appreciate that and concur in the comments made by Commissioner Briggs that when an officer can't perform the core duties of being a police officer, it is disheartening to say the least. That the board choose to allow them to retain those positions that are entrusted by the public with great authority, and for which the system clearly is not holding them accountable. So thank you for the report. Thank you for transmitting it along with the IG report. It is important to have a fair and equitable process, and the cases you've highlighted have demonstrated the contrary. So thank you for the report.
Thank you, Commissioner Decker. Commissioner Soboroff.
This clearly shows that the checks and balances system and the system of analysis works, because this is wrong. And what you have recommended is right. And I think it's just an example, and probably relatively rare example, but important to show that this system does have its checks and balances and that it does work. So I think you guys did a great job on the report. And whenever 100% of everybody wants something all the time, you know there's the system of checks and balances is out. And that's very apparent here. So thank you for doing the report. And I am confident that the city council, new city council, will act on this.
Commissioner Kalanche. Commissioner Bonner.
Yes, just briefly, a question. I wanted to go back to the point or the discussion of those situations where there's an officer who is recommended for termination and that's overturned by the board. And then you have this situation where someone who is not really fit to perform their core duties as an officer is I believe it was in the report and was just mentioned that are having to be reassigned and to other roles. And that's really the question is are there officers, this is hearkening back to the question of sworn serving in civilian roles. Are there officers who are sworn officers who are serving in civilian roles because of this issue?
Yes, Commissioner Bonner, there are numerous officers serving in this, and at the conclusion of a Board of Rights, the information is passed on, and we have something called the Risk Management Executive Committee, in which the senior staff, conduct a meeting, and we identify various issues that were identified in the case. And because we have an employee now that are subject to Brady, that are subject to regarding testimony and providing police information and answering phone calls, there isn't really a place to house that employee. So we do our best to try to find jobs, but we are left with an employee that essentially is no longer serviceable as a full duty police officer, which we would call the essential functions of a police officer that employee can no longer do. But we've seen too many cases in which that occurs, and the department, under the chief's direction, is left to place that individual. So those are discussions that happen quite too often based on different things and different outcomes of the Board of Rights. And I'll turn it over to Chief Moore, obviously for a better insight, but we do, to answer your question, have employees that are in that role right now.
Just a quick follow-up. The mechanism that Chief Rinkunas references is the Risk Management Committee's recommendation for a long-term or short-term duty restriction based on credibility. And that's the driving factor here, is that guilty verdicts on issues of integrity and credibility can create and do create challenges for us should this employee recover evidence or be required to testify in a court. His credibility, her credibility would be subject to cross-examination and challenge by the defense and could jeopardize the prosecution of a case. So in that realization, we have a process that restricts these officers from field contact, field duties, and that is evaluated on an ongoing basis. The employee does have due process rights and can appeal those decisions. And this is also a longstanding agreement with the LEPPL, the Los Angeles Police Protective League, and is also a process that's monitored by the Office of the Inspector General.
But just the hair that I want to split just quickly, and one question is, any idea that, can you quantify this to any degree? Like, is this 2 or 3 officers that you might imagine at any given time in this category, or would you imagine it's 10, 20?
Oh, it's higher than 10 or 20. Ms. Rhodes, as the chair of the Risk Management Executive Committee, can provide that number to me today, and I'll pass that along.
And then when you mentioned just a minute ago that they are that those in this category I'm trying to understand, are they just removed and put into sworn positions that are just not in the field, or are they put into civilian functions?
Many of them are placed in civilian functions, such as the subpoena control office, where they issue, they track the issuance of subpoenas to to department personnel. They don't have public contact. They're not required to generally to come in and make testimony on any matter. Then there are also instances in which they work a kit room assignment or a front desk assignment that, while not civilianized, those are positions that historically have been also positions occupied by people who have a light duty restriction because of an injured on duty, an accident or an altercation or something that restricts them from being able to work the field. And those have been positions at a station that have been afforded to those individuals. So in light, however, so that I'm clear, because of the duty restriction, we have of a credibility issue, we'll place that officer in a light duty position, such as an otherwise light duty position, such as a kit room. And I've just received the message of 69 officers who have some level of a credibility restriction.
Okay, I appreciate that. I just note that, and I'm harkening back to the report that was just approved, that indicates that the reason those officers or officers in civilian roles are not being put back in the field is because of the difficulty in filling civilian roles. And if I'm understanding, you're saying there's 69, almost 70 officers in that category who are not being put back in patrol because they have a credibility or some other issue stemming from this discussion. And if I'm understanding that correctly, you may add that to your list of clarifications that you would provide to the council when you're explaining that prior report.
I will. Thank you. Great point. I don't want to represent that all 69 are in fully civilianized positions, but the number of duty restrictions based on credibility issues, I believe, is that number of 69. And of course, this is also something that a broader conversation, if you'd like, that we can prepare, specific data on as to the consequence that this has on us. Now, and then lastly, there are also instances in which there can be a duty restriction based on an out of policy finding that this commission may find or some other matter. So they're not entirely Board of Rights decisions.
Got it. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner. Are there any additional questions from any of the commissioners? Seeing none at this time, I move that we approve the department's report and transmit it along with the Inspector General's report, along with the department's presentation today to City Council. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you. At this time, we're going to go to item 5E, the Inspector General's report on the department's use of photo comparison technology.
Thank you, Commissioner Briggs. I'm ready to begin if you are.
Yes, please proceed.
Right. Good morning or good afternoon, commissioners, department staff, and everyone in attendance at today's meeting. I'm planning to provide a summary of the OIG's report on the department's use of photo comparison technology, also known as PCT. I'll refer to it in that sense through my presentation today. I'll present the findings of our report and the recommendations that we made. Before I do so, I want to quickly introduce a couple of staff members, Police Performance Auditor 4, John Gorstidier, and Police Performance Auditor 3, Sarah Richardson, who are joining me. They're here for a couple of reasons. Number one, so I can hopefully thank them, as they were the leads on this report and conducted the hard work of getting it together. And also, they'll be present at the end of the summary to help me answer questions about specific matters, should you have them. The one other note before I begin, just an advisement. My intention today is to provide really just the highlights of our report. I will be using some of the technical terminology in certain cases and refer to other aspects of the department's own review. If there is more context or detail that you would like at any point, maybe as I finish the presentation, please let us know. My staff and I can certainly accommodate that. And there's, of course, in our written report, which hopefully you have had a chance to read through, much more background and much more detail than I plan to give at this brief talk today. So to get started, the commission requested a review of the LAPD's use of PCT, specifically in light of the approval of Special Order 2 in 2021, which added new language to the department manual governing the use of photo comparison technology. Just a very brief background, PCT is also commonly referred to as facial recognition technology. It's most often used by the department to identify a suspect in a specific crime or to create a photographic lineup to assist with suspect identification. It's also occasionally used to identify a victim of a crime or a witness to one. There are a variety of facial recognition systems that exist and may be made available to law enforcement agencies. They include the Los Angeles County's Digital Mugshot System, or DMS. LAPD has been using the DMS since its establishment in 2009. And among other things, Special Order 2, when it was adopted, identified the DMS as the only authorized system to be used by department employees to conduct investigations based on photographic comparisons. So as our staff began planning its review of the department's use of PCT, we identified 4 primary objectives we wanted to look at. First and foremost, test for compliance with the mandates of Special Order 2. Second, review the department's own internal inspection, particularly the second quarter of 2021 of the usage of photo comparison technology. We also reviewed a follow-up sample of cases from the fourth quarter of 2021 for additional verification of what we were finding. Third was to analyze the results of searches involving photo comparison technology. In other words, the outcomes, what happens when these searches are done, what are the results of them. And fourth, learn more about department employees' usage of facial recognition technologies prior to the approval of Special Order 2, and about what the department has done to ensure adherence to the restrictions that are present in that order and now in the manual. So what do we find? With respect to compliance with the special order, a random sample selected by the OIG indicated the department was 100% compliant in 8 of the 9 categories that we tested for, and 93% compliant in the remaining category. That remaining category, for information, was dealt with the completion of a detective activity summary form, or a DAS form, either digitally or on paper, which is required after each completed DMS search. Despite the high rate of compliance that I noted, the OIG also recognized that we could not determine whether the source of the image that was being submitted for comparison was one of the prohibited sources listed in the policy without additional data. That was one of that's the first maybe concern or a couple of concerns that we found in our report. I will address all the concerns further in just a second when I get to our recommendations. With respect to the department's own inspection of the second quarter of 2021, which also focused on compliance with Special Order 2. So just like our report was focused on compliance, their internal inspection did as well. And we looked at their inspection for the second quarter. The results of their inspection essentially matched the findings that we had, with only a couple of isolated and de minimis exceptions. To try to give you one example, their inspection, I believe in one case, found that DAS form that I was talking about was missing. However, when we did our review, we actually were able to obtain and locate the DAS form. We found it was appropriately done. So it was just kind of a minor discrepancy in just one or two of the cases. In terms of the results of the photo comparison technology searches that were conducted by the department, we looked at all searches for the calendar year of 2021. That's 1,949 searches in total. 55% of them were positive, indicating that a mugshot in the digital mugshot system matching the submitted image by the department was identified, or that a photographic lineup was able to be completed based on the DMS search that was conducted. 45%, that's 870 of that 1949 number that I told you about, were negative, indicating that there was no fruitful match identified, or that the search conducted did not assist in completing a photographic lineup. Some concerns we found when we looked at these results were, we could not independently verify or analyze the search results that were recorded absent further data about those results. And we noted there's currently no procedure to track instances when what we're referring to as a false positive DMS match was used as a basis or partial basis for taking any law enforcement action that affects a member of the public. And again, I'll explain a little bit more about what that means in just a second when I get to the recommendations. Our final finding was that we learned from the department that there were instances of employees utilizing a facial recognition system other than the LA County's digital mugshot system prior to the implementation of Special Order 2 in January 2021. Upon learning this, the department immediately took steps to admonish all of its employees that the use of third-party facial recognition software, not including the DMS, of course, was prohibited, and the department blocked access to the identified system on all department computers. As we learned this information from the department, however, we noted that there was an absence of additional measures to help ensure that this crucial aspect of Special Order 2, dealing with third-party facial recognition software other than the DMS, would not be violated. So I laid out our findings, and I kind of sprinkled in a number of the concerns that we had as we went through the report. Here are our recommendations that we think can improve the department's use of PCT. Number one, we feel that all detective activity summary form data, that DAS form that I mentioned before, it's required at the conclusion of each search. It should be entered digitally and not on paper whenever possible. Doing so will leave a more searchable audit trail, and it will increase overall accountability by having that audit trail. Right now, again, there's the option to do it digitally or on paper. We really favor digitally for accountability reasons. Number two, that same form, the data that's required on it should be expanded to include additional information regarding the source of the image that's being submitted into the system for comparison. Only with that additional information can we help verify that the source of the images that are being submitted are not from prohibited, are not prohibited sources. Number three, similarly, the DAS form data should also include a meaningful description of the submitted image. Again, this will provide more accountability for what is being submitted into the system. Number four, the DAS form data that's required to be completed after each completed DMS search should include substantially more information about the results of the search, such as what evidence was obtained to corroborate a positive match in the DMS system, because a match is not sufficient on its own to take action. There must be corroborating evidence. So we want documentation of what that evidence was. Was the DMS search that was conducted referenced in an investigative report or an arrest warrant? And if so, how? Those are the types of questions that we feel are important to include information about for each search, so that the department itself, the Inspector General's office, can go back and again account more reliably for what the results of these searches were and how successful the usage of the system has been. Recommendation number five, the department should track all consensual encounters, detentions, and arrests that were based, at least in part, on, again, what I'm referring to as a false positive photo comparison technology search result. What I mean by that is, if a mugshot and a submitted image were indicated as a match by the DMS, but it was later determined that the person in the mugshot and the person in the submitted image were actually two different people. We believe that there needs to be an accounting for when that happens because of the impact that has on the person who was detained, arrested, or otherwise had an interaction with law enforcement when it turns out they were not the person that the DMS search said they were. And finally, number six, the department should require all employees who may be called upon to use photo comparison technology in the course of their work to affirm their understanding of Special Order 2, including specifically the prohibition from using facial recognition systems other than the LA County digital mugshot system. And the department should block access to all unauthorized facial recognition systems that are known to it on all department computers. I mentioned before that was kind of a brief summary only. I hope it wasn't too fast, but again, staff is here to assist me if you have specific questions or want more context on anything that I discussed.
Thank you, Mr. Inspector General. I do have one question before I asked the other commissioners whether or not they have questions. My question goes to the false positive identification. Do you have a breakdown of the gender, race, or ethnicity of those false positives?
In short, we do not. So there's not an accounting that's able to be done, at least presently, of when those false positives have occurred. We need a system in place to identify when they have occurred so that we can then have the breakdown that you're asking for. Right now, I'm not aware of a way to enumerate those instances. We want to institute one.
If your recommendations are adopted, it would provide that type of detail and information.
Yes, I believe it would.
Thank you. Commissioner Sobroff, any questions? Commissioner Kalanche, any questions? Commissioner Bonner, any questions?
Yes, please, just one. And I don't know that the Inspector General may know this, or maybe someone from the department. And it's a question relative to the PCT policy that's in Appendix A. And there's a section there that lists the prohibited sources of submissions. And on that list of prohibited sources of submission is camera recording devices worn on personnel's body or clothing. And the one question is, are there, other than body worn video, are officers allowed to wear cameras or video or recording devices on their uniforms or in the clothing that people may not know about? In other words, I don't know why you would prohibit it if there weren't some practice or history of someone having one other than a body worn. But that's the question, is why prohibit it if it's not being used, and if they are being used, what's the situation there?
Historically, Commissioner, there was an allowance for personal recording devices, whether it be audio or video, and there was an approval process through the organization. This predates the current body-worn video technology. Officers used to have their own for their own safety, if you will, their own documentation of evidence, and also personal recording devices such as audio recording. So I'm not aware today that practice has anyone involved in that. And they also carry iPhones, as far as they have each uniform officer in a patrol now has an iPhone that has the capability of capturing images as well.
Right.
And Commissioner,
yeah.
and to try to add to that, again, I think the prohibition really deals with all sort of officer generated photographs. So they may have, as the chief said, they may have their own personal cell phone. They may have a camera with them for any kind of valid or other reason, just that they have on the person. If it is generated by the officer, including beyond their body-worn camera, that is one of the prohibited sources.
Got it. I appreciate that. Just going back to the chief quickly, is there, in your view, if you in the body-worn video era, like I can understand, I think as you described that prior to body-worn, officers for their own protection or others may want to record or some interaction, but in the body-worn era where they're required to have these cameras rolling when they're interacting with the public, is there a reason to have any other camera or recording device?
Well, I think the iPhone is an example where an officer might gather video evidence or photographic evidence. In fact, we allow that for capturing crime scene information. That recording would be allowed, would be productive, and it would be law enforcement sensitive and part of the evidence, and the officer would be required to provide that. We also, while we strongly discourage officers from using their own personal cell device or recording that's outside the cell phone that's issued to them, they also are cautioned. The policy exists that anything captured that way is essentially department evidence, department property.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner. Commissioner Decker.
Thank you. I did have a chance to read the report in advance and comment to the IG. So I just want to thank the team. I know they've been working on this a while and putting it together. So I do want to thank everyone from the IG's office that produced the report. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Decker. At this time, I move that we approve the Inspector General's report. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you. At this time, this concludes our regular agenda. We're going to go into closed session at 1 o'clock. See you everyone at that time.
Board of Police Commissioners will now recess into closed session to discuss agenda items 6A, 6B, 6C, and 6D in accordance with Government Code 54957.
Madam Secretary, let me know when you're ready.
I'm here, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Tiefenk, can you read out from closed session, please?
Yes, Mr. President, the commission has concluded its work in closed session relative to item 6A1, officer involved shooting 001-22. The chief of police recommendations were adopted unanimously on a 5-0 vote, which are tactics, administrative disapproval, 1 police officer 2, drawing and exhibiting in policy, 1 police officer 2, lethal use of force in policy, 1 police officer 2. Item 6A2, officer involved shooting 002-22. Commission adopted unanimously the chief of police recommendations relevant to tactics, administrative disapproval, 2 police officer 2s, drawing and exhibiting in policy, 2 police officer 2s, non-lethal use of force in policy, 2 police officer 2s, lethal use of force in policy, 1 police officer 2. The chief of police recommendation regarding less lethal use of force out of policy administrative disapproval was adopted on a 4-1 vote. Item 6B, instructions were given to the employee relations administrator. Item 6C, adjudicated. Item 6D, discussed. That concludes the report out.
Thank you, Mr. Tiefenk. At this time, there being no further business before the Board of Police Commission, I move that we adjourn. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
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 Thank you, everyone. See you next week for the last commission meeting of the year. Be safe.
Bye.